Je pense, je sais plus en fait. Je crois que c'est large.
Attends, je vérifie.
Allô, 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 allô. Allô, 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 allô.
Le restant, il essaie de commander. Parfois, tu peux essayer de fixer. Tu peux essayer de se concentrer, ça commence. C'est bon. Si tu regardes, il est un petit peu serré, mais si tu regardes. Hein? Ah non, au niveau de la présentation, ça. Sinon, tu as tout Excel. Tu peux prendre essayer un peu Excel. Oui, c'est ça. Essayer? Oui, il est d'accord.
Allô, allô. One, two, three. One, two, three.
There's some Slack so you can share with delegates.
Okay.
To design separate one for aMP.
Yeah, great.
Yes. So aMP logos.
Wow, wonderful. Tu souris, tu es sur la vidéo.
Oh, ça va, il n'est pas grand. Non,
Non, c'est bon.
ah, super. Ah, les stickers.
Oh, vas-y, insère-toi.
Non, c'est bon.
Just the one. The USB. Yes, we have to put this on the speaker PC, and then you have to use a simple URL to connect to stream. I will do it for the next speaker. Tiens, je t'ai mis sur le, pas sur le Wi-Fi, c'est bon.
Ça marche, merci.
C'est un challenge pour toi. Ça, c'est un nouveau challenge.
C'était sympa.
Demain.
On est dans un pays, mais
Toi, tu rentres quand? Tu repars quand?
Dimanche matin.
j'ai dit qu'il faut qu'il fasse un petit trip avec les gars, là, tu sais, les tuk-tuk.
Ouais, dans le centre-ville, ils font
Ils ont,
un tour de ville.
ils ont un petit tour, le gars, il nous a sorti sa petite planchette avec. Alors, pas tous, hein.
Hier, j'ai fait 500 pour le tout.
Ah, t'avais des. Ouais, mais ça nous a dit vraiment.
Et après, on est trois, je pense.
Mais je pense que ça m'a aussi. Parce que la télé, quand tu achetais des choses.
Le gars qui était. Il n'y a pas de truc, je crois qu'il était monté sur les boîtes de nuit, tu vois. Il était féreux, c'est ça. Je suis fier. Ils font des soirées, tout ça. Je pense à rentrer.
Quoi? Ah ouais? C'est fini à 2 heures.
Est-ce que tu es allé aux États-Unis?
Moi, je vais c'est pas mal. Moi, le dimanche, comme ça, il
va falloir calculer une liste. Il y a plus beaucoup de temps.
je suis pas arrivé à un stade assez décidément.
Effectivement. Ça, c'est sûr que c'est mon service.
Je suis là, je suis vraiment le corps.
Est-ce que tu fais du sport quand tu es à la maison?
Non, c'est pas.
N'importe touché?
Non, je suis je peux pas faire avec eux.
Ouais, ça, c'est chaud. Je suis dans ça, c'est sûr que c'est bien. Le problème, c'est que quand tu fais, c'est pas simple. Alors, il faut aller voir un nutritionniste qui t'explique comment faire. Non. J'aime bien ça. Pas du tout, tu restes en vie. Non, non, mais là, il n'y a pas de. On a juste. Le bien, c'est la fièvre jaune, tu vois.
Tu as fait une fois dans la vie, là, je suis.
Une fois, on a entendu.
Et là, tu vois, ma cousine m'a dit, je te vais faire une trip avec Patrick. Qui t'a dit ça? Ouais, ouais. Qui t'a dit? Le retour croisé. Ouais. On dit, c'était aller le bien. Je sais pas si on va vivre encore.
Bah, c'est pas clair, parce qu'au début, il me dit qu'il allait gérer, mais en fait, après, il me dit qu'il va falloir conduire, donc je sais pas, faut que je m'en occupe. Tu vas revenir sur une loc.
Hein?
Tu vas revenir sur une location.
Oui, parce qu'il a l'enfant de 2 ans, c'est ça?
Je m'as dit que tu peux venir, mais encore, parce que je viens à pas de place. C'est une personne.
C'est pas tout ce qui est spécial.
C'est à l'indienne, quoi. Tout est possible.
Je peux pas rester changer ma vie d'ailleurs, c'est vrai. Parce que just for that. So we can start. There's both some players from our side. Perhaps the one.
Vieux, mais
Okay.
Oui, ce que tu peux expliquer, mais c'est pas bien.
J'ai la première session.
C'est un congrès quand même.
Give me a few
A
seconds.
very good morning to all.
Sorry, 2 seconds, sorry. Just to start from online. All.
So we will film this place.
Yeah, you can go.
A very good morning to all. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to aMP Colombo 2024. Today, we bring together industry professionals and experts from around the globe focusing on the cutting-edge fields of Azure AI, Microsoft 365, and Power Platform.
As we gather here today, both in physical and virtually, I am reminded of a quote by the great Albert Einstein: "The only source of knowledge is experience." This resonates deeply with the mission of aMP community, an international community committed to sharing knowledge and experience in collaborative solutions and technologies. So once again, warmly welcoming you all to the aMP Colombo 2024. To officially commence the event, it's my honor to introduce Microsoft Country Manager of Sri Lanka and Maldives, Mr. Harsha Randini, a distinguished professional whose contributions to the community have been invaluable. Harsha will deliver the welcome note to set the stage for today's event.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you very much. Like he introduced, my name is Harsha Randini. I lead the Microsoft Sri Lanka and Maldives operation. Firstly, a warm welcome to Sri Lanka for all the team who came all the way from France and the Sri Lankan team who visited for this important event, and warm welcome to Microsoft Sri Lanka office. Firstly, I'd like to thank for the Microsoft MVP community to bring this forum for Sri Lanka, which is, I believe, an important platform, and also to lead this engagement to make this happen and share these community experiences and the knowledge, which is most important in my opinion, where Sri Lanka become another link of that global community. So I thought of sharing 3 points from a Microsoft standpoint, why this forum and also the community play a pivotal role in the tech and also enablement. We are operating nearly 20 years in the country. As Microsoft operations, we establish, and for us, we started with 2 important points back in 20 years back. The first one was how we establish the education, right? How we bring the education for the country with the IT literacy. And that's one of the starting point. We started with nearly 20,000 teachers to educate them how to use a keyboard and mouse, because that era, there's no desktop available for all the teachers in the country. So that's how we started with the multi-mouse program, where we provided a hardware unit for the teachers to start dealing with the monitor and the keyboard and the CPU, which is shared. That's how we started. The second most important that we established is building the community of professionals who can take the access to the technology and build that community where the community can expand in a much more broader and deeper manner, because targeting a critical mass will not give us a scale. So worldwide, Microsoft started lots of programs back in 20 years back, where the community play a pivotal role by leading, evangelizing, and also creating a knowledge pool where the entire world can get that benefit by leveraging and participating in this forum. And for us, we had series of forums and building communities where it impacted a team of experts, where we were able to export that talent even for the foreign projects, simply because from a Sri Lankan talent standpoint, it shows a very, very important milestone that we have talent in this country by accessing the technology, and that gave a differentiated value to the region that, okay, there's a source of talent that the world can tap into. And I'm happy to share that those programs definitely contributed to a great extent of how this country adapt the technology. So if you look at from the region standpoint where Sri Lanka resides, from the cloud adaptation. So Microsoft internally, we have certain indicators to understand how mature the market behave. So when we look at the analysis, the Sri Lanka cloud mix as an industry is 91%, right? So that means the value realization of the cloud technologies not just come from purchasing product. It required lots of other technical engagement to realize that value. So the companies are able to understand that value why, and that's the reason why the customers are moving to the cloud first strategy. It is not a coincidence. It is an intelligent effort the team has put in. And when you look at from the communities and what this contributed, it's quite fascinating that we have nearly 600 plus IT professionals who has contributed directly or indirectly for this community to gain that knowledge. We had .NET forums, we have SQL forum, we have IT Pro forums, like lots of programs that we've able to run for over the many years period. And these what it contributes not just for Sri Lanka but for the region. And we had our MVPs participating at the regional stakeholder forum, where they were talking about how the tech can be applied to the businesses, which gives kind of a data-driven example that how this community is evolved. Now, taking the wide community important, and we truly believe that that community building is an important matter. I again thanks for the team who has put this together to bring every one of you and share this forum. So firstly, I will again thank for that. Next, if you're looking from the where the tech is and why Microsoft particularly, I think there is a massive opportunity that we are tapping here when it comes to enabling AI for every industry, for every person. From a AI standpoint, we again went to the core. We want to make sure that we start with the education with AI. So that's our first milestone that we aligned with the Ministry of Education in Sri Lanka to fuel 1.9 million students with the AI curriculum that we work with the Ministry of Education to provide that advocacy with our education. Because we believe that education is a core factor of how you build a talent person leaving a school, getting into university, and getting into a job in a pretty easy manner. But that knowledge need to build from the day one. So that's what our first step. The second step is how we build industry use cases. If you take, as of now, we are building lots of AI design wins models across SMB, SMC, and enterprise segments. Because, like I said, when you have 92% cloud mix, what it means, the customers are demanding. You don't need to go and tell them. They're asking, hey, you bring this Copilot Studio, and we want to see how the HR work with the data set we have. Now, that's where we are. So it's again going back to the fundamentals of how you realize the value by using the tech. The tech can be many, but AI is one of them. But that is a differentiated, value we create that this AI can be used by every person in the organization. As far as you can talk, as far as you can type, you are dealing with the tech, right? So what matters is this democratize the accessibility for across all the segments of that organization. So then it enables the tech into a majority commodity. So that's I think, the game changer for us. And this is where I think all of us have a unique value creation. Every industry, every business vertical is looking for us that how Microsoft can come and be that path for them. So mainly advisory and advocacy. And I think if you take Australia, New Zealand, if you take US, Canada, I don't see a much difference in the way the tech being adapted, right? So early days, the tech was only available for much more high GDPs, right? Because it was affordable at that era for the companies who has that capital expenditure. But today, with the cloud coming in, the company in Jaffna to Gaul, who has the accessibility to the internet, And the company in the Silicon Valley who has internet accessibility, there is no differentiated price that you have to pay. What matters is how innovative you are, how hungry you are to capture that, market share. So the tech gives that enabler across the geographies, as far as you have the talent, as far as you have the domain, as far as you have the need, it just enables for your fingertip. So that's an opportunity, I think, the Sri Lanka can navigate. Sri Lanka can monetize in order to build that opportunity for our businesses and our individuals. Of course, coming from a bumpy economic condition, Sri Lanka is expecting a 4% market growth for this year, with a plus 2% GDP growth, which means that we have a kind of a growth aspiration, which we believe that the things are now settling down and heading towards brighter side of things. And when you hit at the bottom and when you recover from that disaster, or rather the catastrophic issues, and that is where the tech play a pivotal role by leapfrogging from where you are to where you need to be. And this example is how the government adapting technologies today. Because if you don't have the tech in the government front, we're going back again and again to the same disaster. So with the international communities focusing on these platforms, giving the policy guidelines, making sure that leaders are equipped with the right knowledge, we are super happy to say that we have seen that trend by adopting the technology at the government level as well. Right? And so we all participated unconditionally for the Aswasuma, which is the poorest donation models in the country, to digitize that 1.6 million payment distribution entirely on digitalization. Today, no payment being given for the counter for the wrong people. It's being vetted, monitored, and audited by the international donors, which is a big first step of adapting the technology. And that's where we feel that bringing the knowledgeable people, building that community, and monetizing our AI as a tech, which can democratize to every person who use that business tools, now can empower how you use the technology to get it out. If you take accountants, if you take CFOs, they were always saying that we don't understand what you're talking about from a tech because it's so advanced and how things work. But today we're looking at the financial modeling, where to invest, how to invest, what are the right investment categories, and what are the risks by you using a co-pilot application. And they become the greatest assets that says that, oh, the spend time on these analyses, now it takes like hours, not days. And it can be minutes pretty soon when you start modeling and developing report. So it's this enormous opportunity that we have to bring this tech again back to the businesses and the communities that we are going to. So net, I think I want to summarize from a technology enablement standpoint, we engage more and more, and there is a wider set of talent that we are building, and the country is building with various other engagements as well, where we can build that ecosystem where the theme of like we are losing this talent, we are losing the capabilities and the talents in the country is becoming a kind of a negative factor, even that the large corporation in their thinking. In my opinion, in the tech industry, a country like Sri Lanka, been dealing this for many years. This is not a new thing. Obviously, there's a greater push toward the people are migrating. That I understand. But in the tech, it's always the case. Last 20 years, guess how much of certification funded by Microsoft? It's more than our SMB segments of investment. We have funded lots of talent creation. Why? Because that's purpose. Right? And I believe that be a positive outcome because we create that talent to the look, right? Look at India, right? So how much of people that they produce and they're expanding to the globe. So this is an opportunity. So we have to develop that, and that's where this community play a pivotal role by creating the talent pool, giving the direction. And I'm not expecting everyone to be here. I mean, that's open world and let it be. And that's our job to create that talent pool. So net, I think these forums give that opportunity, accessibility, and talking to the experts, looking at the world view. Now, how you all can take that advantage. That's very important. Secondly, these forums also gives a unique ability to represent the tech. That means how you become a speaker, how you become a tech lead, where you can share your experiences with others, because it's all about sharing and learning from each other. That's an important element as well. And lastly, we have a super good MVP community who is passionate more than the title, that they're very passionate towards how they can democratize this knowledge, and they can be a good coach, they can be a good access for you to also learn and grow as your personal capacity. With that, again, I need to thank for the team who visited here and the community who has set this program, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harsha.
Following inspiring welcome note, we are privileged to have Mr. Patrick with us today to provide an in-depth introduction to the aMP community and for an insightful session on Microsoft 365 Copilot from licenses to use cases.
Being the founder and owner of Avalon, a Microsoft 365 apps and services MVP, and a dedicated and esteemed member of the aMP community, Patrick's extensive experience and leadership have been instrumental in shaping the community we are a part of today. With over 20 years of experience as an enterprise solutions architect, Patrick has a distinguished career marked by the technical expertise in Office 365, SharePoint, SQL Server, and Oracle RDBMS. So, please join me in welcoming Mr. Patrick to the stage.
Thank you very much. Is it okay, or should I take the mic? Okay. So first, thank you very much for coming. I wanted to share some practical information about the event today. So first, we want to thank our two sponsors. Maybe you can show up, Digital 400. Maybe, guys, you can show up and maybe say a few words about your company.
Sorry, Patrick. So, our vision, representing the software engineering, general manager, cloud solution engineering. So we have been having a long relationship ever since Microsoft started the operation back in 20 years ago. The relationship is still continuing as we want to foresee how best the technology can be adapted. And then, as you said, how we can help the ecosystem to embrace Microsoft and Copilot AI. So we are here to witness Patrick's and all of the deepest session, which is sort of a huge amount of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. And DMS, is there someone from DMS? You want to speak?
Yeah. Hi everyone, this is DMS 400. We are a newly established software company based in Kahatudua, near highway. So the main customer base is in Australia and New Zealand. That's our main client base. We are mainly focused on building e-commerce, and that's our main domain. And we use Azure heavily. That's our main technology, and we have a lot of Azure expertise in our company. And really, we are really proud to sponsor this event. Actually, that's something that we need to do in Sri Lanka more and more. And after the COVID, we didn't have much of these community engagements, but now we are introducing a lot of those things. So it's really proud to sponsor this event. Yeah, hope you have a great time. Hope you learn a lot. Yeah, have a great time, guys.
Thank you very much. So there will be 2 sessions during the day with these guys will be able to present with more details their company and what they are doing in the Microsoft 365 space. So thank you again. To really enjoy the day, I recommend that you use at least one of these 2 links. So the first one is an agenda on one page, and you can get all the session in one page. And the second one is a very useful, small application designed for mobile display. So you get all the current and coming session on this app, and it's very easy to use. So to be sure you are on the correct session, follow this. A few words about AMS aMP. So this is the very first aMP event, because we used to be AOS at the beginning, so which means Azure, Office 365, and SharePoint. At some point, we changed it to AMS, which is Azure, Microsoft 365, and SharePoint, to follow Microsoft rebranding of his own products. And right now, we are getting a new step, because as you know, more and more we have Power Platform in connecting with Microsoft 365. So the new brand is aMP, which means Azure and AI, because we have a lot of AI session as well, Microsoft 365 and Power Platform. These are all the topic we want to share and to address on our event. Usually we have a mix of session on different technology, on different profile. So some session can be really deep technical, some of them can be more business oriented. So you will find a broad range of what we can do and what we can expect from Microsoft 365 and Power Platform. How many of you are user at least, and maybe a technical user of Microsoft 365? Can you raise your hand? Maybe, yes, a big majority. Okay, that's cool. How many of you are already using or are very interested by Power Platform stuff? A little bit less, but so Power Platform is a very interesting platform provided by Microsoft to develop some new components and new app in the Microsoft 365 space and a broader extent. So we are a community. We are an international community, and we love to organize and speak at this type of event all over the world. For example, here I am with Jamel. We will be organizing an similar event in Tunisia in September. You want to say a few words, or?
I will present later.
Okay. So he will present during his session. And we used to do every year a big event in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So some of our Sri Lankan MVP have been able to go to Malaysia, for example. So this is the way it works. We love to come, and we love to have some people coming to other events. We think it's very important to share our knowledge, our passion to international audience, because this type of product are very used worldwide. And it's very interesting to see that even with cultural difference and cultural and the technical and the, how can I say, economical difference, we are very great similarity between people, how they use it. So that's always interesting to share. And be sure that there is no wrong question or bad question. Everything is interesting for everybody, even the question you are asking. And we don't know everything, of course. So we are here to learn with you and with your question and with everything you want to share. we have many events already planned for the end of the year. So this is just a view of the planned event. So we have two more events in India and by the end of the month. And in Asia, we will do Kuala Lumpur, as we do for since it will be the 7th time, I think, this year. We will do an event in Seoul, South Korea, and we will do an event in Manila as well in October. So thank you very much. And I think if you have no more questions, maybe I want to share the stage with Ansamali. If you want to come, just to say a few words. Yeah, come on, come on. Don't be shy. I want to thank you for organizing the local part of the event. And so maybe you can share with the audience why you love to organize this type of event here in Colombo.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick, for giving me this opportunity. So actually, as Patrick mentioned, so we had AOS, AMS, and then now aMP. So I was also part of AOS in 2018. So 5 of the MVPs in Sri Lanka, we traveled to KL and we attended the conference as speakers. So that was a great opportunity for us to network and also to get to know about the audience in a different country, the businesses that they are doing, the applications, the problems that they are encountering. So we tried to get the AOS event into Sri Lanka, but the COVID and all of the other stuff happened around the country, so it was not very feasible at that time. So that's why we tried to get down some speakers, some well-known speakers who knows about the subject and also who has a very good understanding and experience about these the technologies. So Microsoft has now, so with AOS, it was focused on Azure, Office 365 and SharePoint at that time, 2018. Then AMS, I think, Patrick, we did one online session during the COVID. AMS was for Azure and mobile workplace and SharePoint. So now, because of the Power Platform has been a major part of the Microsoft stack, the virtual agents, the Power Apps, and the stuff around there. So then it renamed as aMP to get a good overview of the Power Platform to the Sri Lankan people, Sri Lankan businesses. So a lot of organizations in the globe, so they are using this Power Platform and the new technology stacks that Microsoft has introduced, like co-pilots and stuff. But in Sri Lanka, we don't. We have experience with the Power Platform specialist, Power Platform engineers in Sri Lanka. Maybe like 2 years back they have started, but we don't see good growth in terms of the Power Platform and the technology side. So that's why we wanted to host this in-person event for you guys. So thank you very much for participating and thank you very much for joining on the registration link, and we have sent some mails and joining our WhatsApp group and everything. So hope you will be able to learn something. So enjoy the rest of the sessions. Thank you. Thank you.
So I think it's time to start directly with the first session. So let me start with my slide. Okay. So this first session is an introduction to Microsoft 365 Copilot. How many of you have already used or tried Copilot? Microsoft Copilot, I mean, not so many. How many of you have tried ChatGPT? Most of you, I suppose. Okay, so the idea is to give you an idea of what is different with Microsoft, what is a value proposition of Microsoft Copilot. And we will focus on, at the end of the Microsoft 365 Copilot, which is one among the many Copilot Microsoft is providing. Thanks again to our sponsor. You will see that every session during this day, so be prepared for that. A few words about me. As it has already been said, I'm coming from Paris, and this time it's Olympic Games in Paris, so the people are crazy there, so it was very interesting to come and forget the Olympics. My job on a day-to-day basis is to be enterprise solution architect, which means that I build a solution for my customer business solution using Microsoft 365 tools and products and Power Platform as well. I love to be speaker and organizer. aMP community, we have already spoken about that. Feel free to connect on LinkedIn, Facebook, or Twitter, or whatever social network you want. And so I have been awarded MVP for many times right now. I love a few words about MVP. I love to say we do part of the job of Microsoft, but we are not paid for that, which is really funny. But what is the point about that? In fact, we love to share passion, to share our knowledge about Microsoft products and the tools we are using every day. And Microsoft is giving us back many information, many tools we can share, or some of them we can't share. But as soon as Microsoft has, for example, released a new product, we will be able to share everything Microsoft is willing us to share with you. And maybe the most important about me is that I love baguette. So I'm a French guy. I absolutely love baguette and every sort of bread. And I love to say that bread is known in every part of the world, and it's very human specific stuff. This is a cool picture about the event we did in Seoul, Korea last year. So maybe we can try to make a good selfie of this day, and maybe we will be better than the Korean. I'm sure we can be. So let's do like that. Selfie mode. Yeah, and put your hand. Whoa. Go. Yeah. Great. On the other side, yeah. Thank you. So, about this session, we will have three parts. The first one is to understand what is Microsoft 365 Copilot and the whole Copilot stuff about Microsoft. We'll speak about the ecosystem, we'll speak about the technology, and I will mostly focus on demos. Because I don't have all the morning, so I have to focus on some stuff. I will then speak about usage, try to give you an insight of all the usage you can be able to address with Microsoft 365 Copilot. And at the end, we will speak about the art of prompting. How many of you are already very familiar with prompting? Because this is the new way to address ChatGPT or Copilot. Prompting, who is okay with prompting? Not so many? Okay, so we will speak about prompting at the end of this session. So, Microsoft is providing Copilot, many Copilots, we will see that, but the most important one, at least in this session, is Microsoft 365 Copilot, which is the Copilot which is embedded in almost all of Microsoft 365 products. So, first, I want to share with you what is a Microsoft 365 ecosystem. I like to use this map, a sort of map of the tools you get when you buy a license, a standard license of Microsoft 365. You have many tools, but all of them are designed for a specific target. Some of them are designed to work for you only as an individual, so individually. Some of them are designed for you to work in a team, and some of them are designed for you to connect with the whole enterprise, with the whole company. And that's very important to understand that, because when you want to, for example, focus on a specific topic on your own PC, it's very different that when you want to share a message to the whole company. And definitely you don't need to use the same tool for each purpose. And vertically, we will have different usage or main topics we can address with Microsoft 365. I will not be able to detail all the tools, but you will get the big picture. First, we have a set of tools for personal productivity. And me, as a user, as a business worker, I need some tools to organize my work. For example, how to organize my agenda, to organize my list of tasks, my contacts, and things like that. So these are the first set of tools. And that's mostly to work as an individual. Then you have two very important tools which are able to provide you some space when you could share all your documents and files in Microsoft 365. So the main tools is SharePoint. SharePoint. How many of you have already used SharePoint in some way? Okay, most of you. Okay, that's great. So SharePoint is a very old product, and many of us have started to work on SharePoint in this community. So we love SharePoint. But SharePoint right now is more, I would say, like a backbone, or it's a little bit hidden in the whole perspective. But it's very important because every document, every file you put in Microsoft 365 will be at some point in SharePoint. And there is a special part of SharePoint which is called OneDrive, which is in fact a specific SharePoint space for your own files. So we can say SharePoint manage everything as a document related management in Microsoft 365. So it's very important tool to know. And if you are a student or if you are a business people, you want to understand what is inside Microsoft 365, the first tool you should better understand is SharePoint. The little new icon here is about SharePoint lists. They have been renamed Microsoft 365 lists, but this is lists that you can use to store any information in Microsoft 365. And it's very useful as a tool for sharing information, as for an individual perspective, but for a team perspective as well. Then we have tools for communication. And I love to say that communication is very different from collaboration. If you want to communicate something, most of the time you want to push some information, push some content, but the interaction with the other are not the most important. When you want to collaborate, you create a team usually, and then you work on a specific target, for example, producing a new proposal for a customer or a new document from a marketing document and things like that. So that's very different activity. And in English, collaboration, communication are very similar as a word, in French as well, by the way. So sometimes people are confusing and don't see the exact difference between communication and collaboration. But really think about that. If you want to communicate, it's to push some content, some knowledge. Collaboration is different. And so we have different tools. Emails, for example, is very good to communicate, but it's not so good when you use too much email for collaborating. And for example, if you share an Excel file to a group of 10 people, you will get 10 copies of the Excel file, and that's a mess, really easy to understand. So if you want to collaborate, Teams is obviously the best tool in the Microsoft 365 toolset. But Teams can also be seen as a very good communication tool. If you think about chat, you have a part of Teams which is very similar to WhatsApp or to any other Slack. So you can really have a great communication within Teams. But definitely the collaboration side of Teams, which is Teams in Teams, is more useful if you want to share some work with your team. And last but not least, you can also, with the Microsoft 365 toolset, manage and digitalize a business process. So in this space, the Power Platform, the P logo here means Power Platform. So you have a set of tools which will be useful for you to digitalize some, if not all, your business process. So that's basically what we have when we buy a Microsoft 365, for example, E3 license or Business Premium or Business Standard, things like that, standard license. Obviously, depending on the level of license, you get a few more options, a few more tools sometimes. But the three more used tool in this space are Outlook for email, Teams for communication and collaboration, and SharePoint for storing documents. Is it okay for everybody? How many of you are using Teams in their job? Okay, almost everybody. That's cool. You should know that Microsoft is providing more and more tools in this space. For example, last year they have introduced 3 more tools. So I speak about free tools because it's with the same price, you get more tools. So it's not really free, but it's for the same price. And they have introduced 2 cool design. So Microsoft Designer, which is a new tool to design graphical stuff. We will have a very short demo of how we can use AI in this space. And Clipchamp is a tool for managing video. So it's very similar to, for example, what's the name? I forgot the name of the. Okay, there are many useful tools in the video editing space. That Clipchamp is a new one, and it's included in your license, so that's cool. And Microsoft Loop is a very interesting tool, very similar to Notion for those of you who are already using Notion, which can be used for very high intensity collaboration, for example. So that's the first cool stuff. Microsoft is providing more and more tools, more and more feature in any tools. For example, if you have been using Teams, let's say 2 or 3 years ago, it's really not the same Teams we have today. So that's the very cool stuff. The not so cool stuff is that Microsoft is also introducing many new features as premium feature. So sometimes when the feature is too big or too important, Microsoft is asking you to pay a little bit more, like a premium version of the tools. So these are the latest and most important premium stuff we get in the recent year. First one is Viva. Viva is a set of tools which provide HR capabilities in order to help people to learn more, to be more confident in their job on everyday basis. So that's very interesting tool, and you have some part of Viva which are free or included in your license, but most of the Viva stuff is needing a specific license. Teams Premium, Teams Premium is the second one. Teams Premium is AI capability which are embedded in Teams, and we are with that capability, you are able to manage meeting, automatic, for example, automatic summary of any meeting, video meeting. So that's very useful and very important in the business. And this is also a specific premium license. Syntex was the name of the old new AI capability in SharePoint, and at some point they have rebranded it as SharePoint Premium. So SharePoint Premium provides more capabilities around SharePoint the same way using AI. In fact, most of these new capabilities provide AI capabilities above the original product. Copilot is obviously one of these big new capability in the premium era, and we will focus on that. And Power Platform as well is a premium capability to be able to for example, use Dataverse, which is an online database you can use with your Power Platform application. So this is a new capabilities. If we focus on Microsoft Copilots, the most important character is the S, because there are many copilots. You probably have seen somewhere this big wheel, and every product at some point have been impacted by new Copilot capabilities. As I said, we will focus on Microsoft 365 and how they embed Copilot in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and stuff like that, and Teams. There is also, there is 3 different categories, in fact. If we speak about LLMs, so LLM are large language models. So this is basically how the engine that they use. In fact, there are 3 engines. The first one is GPT. So it's very similar to ChatGPT. So the main engine provided by OpenAI. And it's used for text generation. And this is mostly what we will demonstrate in a few minutes. There is also a specific LLM which is able to generate not text but images, which is called DALL-E. You may have heard about DALL-E. And the third big category is Codex, which is specific specifically used to generate code. So this is the LLM you will get if you use GitHub Copilot. Okay. From a user perspective, I have showed you many, if not all, the logos of the tools you get with the Microsoft 365 license. In fact, for the end user, we have said that SharePoint is a sort of backbone. So everything, when you put, for example, files in Teams, will arrive in SharePoint, in fact. So Teams is mostly the more front-end stuff, to use some technical words. So Teams is a very front-end of Microsoft 365. What is very interesting with Teams is that you can plug almost any tools for example, an Excel file, a Power BI file, a Microsoft list, a Power Platform application. So almost everything can be plugged into Teams with the tab, for example, component or things like that. And for end user, you just have to say, okay, you can go to Teams and you will be able to use all this stuff. You don't have to teach all the tools to all your user, which would be a very time-consuming and money-consuming. So let's say to your user, basically, you have to use Teams to understand how Teams works, and you will be able to use all the tool sets. And in this, so Viva is a set of team tools. I put the little diamond to say, okay, we have some premium version here and here and here. But in this vision, where Copilot is coming, in fact, in the interface, we will see that in a few minutes. Copilot is coming almost at every stage, and we can show it like that. It's like a way to. It's not really a new tool. What I want to say on this slide, it's not really a new tool. It's a new way to address every tool. So in Teams, in Excel, for example, in PowerPoint, you will get a new way to put some discussion, some chat, a new chat on the right of your screen usually, where you can address some question and some answer with your application. So as I said, there is not only one Copilot, and in Microsoft 365 there are many, and it's something like a rain of Microsoft 365. I love this animation. It's raining today. So the idea here is to say almost every component, every tool has a Copilot embedded into its interface. So really, this is like menu and window and used to be the way we interact in the past with any application. Nowadays, we have a new way to interact with application, which is a chat with Copilot embedded. So if you have no more question, I can go to the demo. So I will have first, I want to show you Copilot in Edge. So let's do it like that. You should be aware that many of the Copilot capabilities, especially in text generation and in image generation, are available for free in Edge. And this is the second cool information I want to share with you today. For example, if you type Copilot, you go usually to Copilot unavailable. Whoa. Why? Let's try Copilot Microsoft. The URL is very simple. I don't understand. Usually you can access it. I don't know why there is some protection here, but usually you can access it.
It doesn't have there.
Yeah?
One more. There you can see the tab there.
Yeah. Here or here.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, there is some protection here, but usually you can access Copilot even without being signed. So that's not an issue. I can do the demo with signing. But what I wanted to say first is that you can do it without any signing. The problem when you don't sign is not able to recognize if you have a license or not. Because if you have a Microsoft 365 license, it will provide you a safe space to share some documents and some information. If you are unauthenticated, like in ChatGPT, information can be reshared for training the model and marketing stuff. So that can be not very good Okay, here we have Copilot. So the URL is very simple, copilot.microsoft.com. And sorry, I have two browsers with specific configuration. This one is in French, so I wanted to have it in English. Let's wait a few minutes. I can try again. Now it's opening in the French version. Okay. Well, that's not a very big issue. So this is the main view you can get using a Copilot session. You should understand that there is a session, so there is something like 30 questions you can ask and answer and discuss with Copilot. And at the end of this 30 interaction, we will have to start a new session. This is important because they have detected that the LLM at some point, if you use it, for example, hundreds and hundreds of times, they can be managed. You can manage to say them some inappropriate word or thing like that. So that's why they are limiting to 30 question and interaction. Let's go back. So the first question we can very quickly ask is, what is Copilot? And this is the way it works. So interestingly enough, you can see that I am in a French session, but if I ask my question in English, the answer will be provided in English. So usually it's very useful if you want to change language during the session. It's very easy. And you can obviously use it as well to translate from one language to the other. But usually the question language gives you the answer language. So Copilot is an AI assistant, blah, blah, blah. The very interesting thing, and here you get the number of, so this is the first question among the 30 you can get. A very interesting thing about Microsoft implementation, I would say, is that they provide you the answer, but they also provide you where the answer is coming. And you get here, for example, 5 references of the site Microsoft Copilot get the information. So that's very useful if you want, for example, to go directly to the learnmicrosoft.com site. You get directly to the page where Microsoft is answering frequently asked questions about Copilot. So that's very useful and very convenient to get access to the real sites below the question and the Copilot stuff. I have another interesting question. Say, what is Microsoft 365 Copilot price? So we can see here that the price is $30 US, but maybe I want, can you give it in Sri Lanka rupees? Rupees. I'm not sure how it works. Rupees. So here, it's very, the answer is very interesting in itself because, in fact, there is no reference site, which means that it didn't find any Microsoft site where the price in Sri Lankan rupees is indicated, but it was able to calculate an approximation based on the current rate, current exchange rate. So sometimes it's the same for, I ask, for example, euro. If there is no site where the information is provided in euro, he is trying to find a correct answer using a different method. So that's give us a very interesting result. We can also here see that it's providing us more questions, more detailed questions on the same topic. And that's very interesting. Okay. As I said, it's Paris Olympic Games right now. So I wanted to ask some few questions about Sri Lanka and in the Olympic Games. And I've tried some interesting stuff here. Can you find, yes, that's a previous session. So I just come back to, on the right, you have a previous conversation. So if you want to come back, it's really easy. What are the best chances for Sri Lanka at Paris Olympic Games? So we have here a list of 5 sports, 5 different people and sports where Sri Lanka have good chance of winning. And I wanted also to find a picture of Sri Lanka delegation in Paris. I had to specify on a boat because, as you know, they did the first introduction of all the team on a boat in the River Seine. And so, interestingly, he can't share the picture in the chat, but he proposed us some generated AI stuff. In fact, I have to go to the link. So the first link is the real photography of the Sri Lanka team in the boat on the River Seine. So these are the cool stuff you can get from Copilot. Then I wanted to share more about the way we can interact with Copilot, especially on Edge. So the first demo I showed you can be used on any browser, but right now I will try to show you more integration between Edge and Copilot. How many of you are already using Edge sometime? Not so many. Okay. And how many of you are using Chrome? Most of you. Okay. So you should be able to give a try to Edge, because these are interesting feature I will show you. For example, here I have a page. So this is a typical communication from Microsoft saying, okay, we are introducing a new product. Here it's SharePoint Premium. You can, the cool stuff is that you can ask your Copilot to give some more details on this specific page. So, for example, you can open a chat on the right, and can you summarize this article? And he understands that this article is the page on the left, usually. Here you can see that it works, and he's saying here, okay, he's saying the information I use here is, maybe I can, yes. You can use the whole web, or you can use this specific page, or you can use this specific site, in fact. So you have the choice of the target, of the source of your information, of the source of the detailed information is providing you. And here we can see a very good summary of all this page and the new feature, about the new feature of SharePoint Premium. So once again, it's a very useful way to focus on a specific topic on the web, especially on a specific page, when this is a big page like that. You can also do very similar thing on a video. So here, for example, I am using a standard YouTube video we captured at Manilia event last year. And you can do exactly the same using, for example, generate video highlights, or can you summarize me this video? And here, Copilot will be able to really understand the video and to provide very interesting details. Here as well, this is a very long video. It's more than 4 hours. So it can be very useful to be able to say, okay, I'm just interested by the part 5, and go directly to this time in the video. How it works, it seems to be magical, but it isn't. Really, it works because on any YouTube video, YouTube is automatically generating a transcript, which is a text version of what is said in the video. And it takes something like a few minutes once you upload a video to generate the transcript. And Copilot, as we said already, is working on text mostly. So if you have a transcript in your video, Copilot will take the transcript and will use the text management system to generate the summary and answer your question. So this is also a cool way to interact with Copilot and video. Last example. So all this feature I'm showing you right now is for free. That means that you don't have to pay a license for that. You just have to go to the copilot.microsoft.com site. Here I am connecting to my environment, but to access a sample PDF file. So it's not. It can be used also for all PDF you can access in the browser. So here the PDF is stored on my corporate environment in a Teams. this is a white paper about transcription management in Copilot. So very interesting stuff related to what we are seeing. And I have to download it, in fact, for the demo to work. I open here we have the same PDF open in the Edge browser. So you have C file, blah, 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 and it's a PDF. And I can very similarly ask many questions about this content. I can, for example, ask to generate a summary of this PDF file. So once again, this is very cool interaction with Copilot and the content I have, because PDF is very very well spread. Okay, that was the first part of the demo. And as I said, all we have seen right now is for free. If you want to use it with Edge or with any browser, you can do it. The only specific stuff we have with Unit Edge is the right panel. And with chat, we also have a compose space where you can generate any content, text content, specifying the format, the tone, and the length of the content. For the second part of the demo, I want to focus on Microsoft 365 Copilot. So the first thing is to show you the integration into Teams. So into Teams, we have what they call Copilot Chat or Copilot for Teams. I don't remember the exact name because it changed. Hello, hello. Who is speaking, but let me check. Let me check. Oh. Okay. So you have a Copilot chat, in fact, directly embedded into your. Sorry, we have a problem. What is the sound is coming? We are here. Okay. Okay. It's here. Okay. It's a new. So this is a chat directly embedded in your chat space into Microsoft 365. And here, so once again, sorry for the French, but we will still ask our question in English, so no problem with that. I can go to a specific conversation, for example. So here, for example, I have a discussion between techies about the Power Platform stuff, and I don't have time to follow every discussion, but I can ask for a summary, and if I ask to summarize in English, I will get the cool stuff is that will get the answer in English. So even if I don't understand French at all, I get the summary in English, which hopefully I can understand. And this is a summary of the latest discussion. So I can obviously ask more details on any topics and things like that. So this is for a conversation in Teams, but I have also a specific chat with my Copilot with which I can interact directly. And for example, I want to ask what are the latest news with some guys I am usually in conversation. So he's going to all my emails, conversation, even documents, and he will find all the latest interaction I have with that guy. once again, very interesting thing is that I can get the direct link to where he found the information. For example, here a Word document or any PowerPoint document here or things like that. So that's a very cool stuff to interact and to get some information. Let's go back to normal size. Yes. I can also ask from here to summarize some specific documents. Here, for example, I want to summarize white paper. In fact, you have the slash character, which can be used to, okay, can you provide me some documents I usually work with? So here, for example, I have worked with the white paper transcription document in PDF, so I can access directly to it, even if I don't know where it is stored in my space, because in Microsoft 365, you can have thousands of space, and it can be difficult to find where is this document. Here, it's really easy to find a direct link to the document. So he's opening the document, trying to understand it, and is managing to get the key points and a summary. And obviously, at this point, I can ask more questions again to this document. So that's the main interaction I can get with Teams, within Teams. I can also show you some, you have more invitation. So prompt, it can show you some example of good prompt that are available. You can share some of them or put your best prompt. You can also go to a specific site, which is called Copilot Lab by Microsoft. And here it's in French, but let's try to put it in English. English US, for example. So here you have some of the best prompt you can get. For example, in PowerPoint, I want to create some stuff, and here are the most useful prompt I can get. So that's very interesting to get some idea of what can be good as a prompt for me and things like that. I can also ask him to create some new content. For example, can you suggest 3 outdoor activities I can do for exercise in Seattle in March? Include any equipment? This is a very important question for MVP because we are usually invited by Microsoft every March to speak about the latest innovation. So sometimes it can be very rainy, but sometimes it can be cool. And nobody want to miss the session which are inside, so it's not a big issue usually. So these are the type of question you can ask directly into your Teams chat. So then let's go to Word. So if I go to Word, I can see very quickly that Copilot is embedded in several ways. The first one is on the right pane, but you also have directly it in the, if for example, if you open a blank page, you can also ask directly Copilot to generate some content. So here we will be asking, please write a proposal for Microsoft 365 support with a call to action. Let's try to make it bigger. Okay. And here is trying to generate a new proposal on how. So this is my job I would say to get some new customers to help them on Microsoft 365. So here I have a very good starting point, I would say. Probably using some different stuff you get on the internet. So that's not so bad as a starting point. It can be really useful if it's if you start from the blank page. I want also to show you. So this is one of the big usage. Create content from nothing. Nothing doesn't mean nothing from scratch, but gathering information from the internet usually, or from your internal documents. And I can also open a document and try to. So here I have, for example, a document describing sponsor package for an previous AMS event. And I can, for example, ask a few questions about it. So can you give me the 4 main points? If I'm not, let's close this one. Okay, I am on this document. Okay, let's open the Copilot space, and I can ask to give me the 4 main points in this document. This is very useful if you don't know at all the document, of course. So you don't have to read everything. It will manage the summary for you. Okay. And once again, you have all the points where you find the information. For example, sponsorship benefits. They are described in 6, 7, 8, 9 reference. And if I click on the reference, I get a direct link to the part of the document where all of this is described. An interesting question I can ask is in the document. So it's a sponsorship document. It's not dedicated to end user, but I wanted to ask, okay, how can we register to this event? Let's try. Let's see how we will manage the question. So he's trying to find the information about where we can register to this event, and he finds the good. Usually, he finds the good. You can visit. There is a little bug here, I would say, but usually he finds the correct link to. In fact, yes, the link is here. So he finds the exact place in the document where I need the information to register. I can also select a paragraph, and for example, if I think the introduction paragraph is not good, I can ask him to auto-rewrite. So this is very powerful because it's providing a new version of the same content. And it can be dangerous as well, because if you replace, you lose the initial content. So the most safe way to handle this is to insert below, and then you can compare your version and the AI generated version. Okay. Let's go to PowerPoint. So if I open a new PowerPoint version, I want to create. I want to ask him to create a new presentation based on the Word document we have seen. So we have a specific topic, and here once again, if you use a slash, you have a suggestion of your last used document. So that's cool. Because I have opened, the last document I have opened is about AMS Luxembourg sponsorship document. And so I can get it directly in the prompt. And then I can ask him to create a presentation directly from this file. So it can take a few seconds, but it's really quick usually. Okay, so he's giving us the outline of the presentation is generating. And this is a very detailed outline of all the important information you can gather in the Word document. And for each point, he's generating a slide. Let's close Natalie. So this is the outline. And this is the generated slide. So he's doing a very good job usually. Once again, he's not generating new content. He's just summarizing and managing the Word content into PowerPoint. But it can be very useful. Our interesting question is, can you add a slide about the venue? And sometimes it depends. Sometimes you don't find the venue in the Word document, so he say, "Okay, I can't because I don't find the venue." But we'll see. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I have to give him more details about where is the venue. Wow. Suspense. If it takes too long, you can stop generation at any point. Okay, here you go. Okay. So he finds some stuff. Okay, that's really cool because sometimes you don't find the where is the venue in the document, and here he finds that Microsoft Luxembourg Office was the venue, and so it generates a slide about that. So you can obviously give more details about the venue, but that's cool. Interesting things you can do in PowerPoint is you can organize your presentation. You can ask to organize the presentation. So it's generated a slide by slide, but it didn't create some section. So if you say organize, it will manage to separate slide by section, which is very powerful stuff in PowerPoint. Yeah. Okay. So during this generation, I have a big question for you to give you these goodies. Do you need all and only a specific license to get access to all the Copilot stuff, or can you get some Copilot stuff for free? Who want to answer? Okay, first. Thank you. And here we see that he managed to group the slide into sections. And so you get section about the most important part of the document, and there are no group by section, which is useful. And can you give me some, can you show me the key slide of the session, of the presentation? So you find four most important slides in the whole presentation. Interesting thing is that, for example, on any slide, I want to do that. I can say, okay, can you add an image of, for example, it's not related, but it's funny, a very colored submarine tortoise, landscape, sorry, with a tortoise in photorealistic mode. So this means that you can add directly into your PowerPoint some AI-generated image. Can take a few seconds because he has to generate the image, of course. In this specific question, we see that Microsoft has directly embedded DALI image generation LLM into Copilot Microsoft 365, and that's a very beautiful picture. I love it. So that's really interesting to finish this demo with Designer. So Designer is a tool you can use, again, without license. So I can go directly from here. And I can ask the same question. Can you generate? So Designer is obviously targeting only image generation. Huh? It's not the whole stuff. But the interest of this is that it can be used for free. So you can create, for example, a very colored submarine landscape with a tortoise in photorealistic mode. So this is the exact same prompt I used in PowerPoint a few seconds. And this is the result, which are a little bit different, but still interesting and very colored, of course. So that's the typical stuff. In fact, why I want to finish on this for the demo, this is because Designer is a very cool way to improve your prompting capabilities, because it's very easy to generate image, to see the result, and to make some change. You will get a visual result. For text generation, it's sometimes not so easy or not so visual, of course. For example, here I can ask to generate in a cartoon mode and not photorealistic. And we will see that it will change a little bit the results. So these are the cartoon mode results, very different and more for children, I suppose. So these are basically what I wanted to show you in the demo, and let's go back to the slide. Here, okay. And we will focus on many aspects we have seen in the demo. First one is LLM, large language model. You have probably heard a lot about that. LLM so are a set of mathematical algorithms. The most important thing here on this description is that an algorithm. It's not magical. It's not prevision, or I don't know why. It's not understand. The computer is not understanding in a way we say it for a human. It's just predicting algorithmically and statistically the most likely word you want to have in a sentence. And that's how ChatGPT and Microsoft Copilot are working. So always keep that in mind. It's provide like natural conversation, but it's not real conversation with a human, like it can be with a human on the other side. And another big point is that LLM are using very large amount of data. Usually some terabytes of memory are needed to manage LLM and to make it work. So this explains why you need to access big data center like Microsoft Data Center to get a good answer on this. A few more points you need to know. So Copilot, the engine below Copilot, it's not ChatGPT, it's not OpenAI, it's GPT. And GPT means, it's on the previous slide, I think. No, it's generated, it's on the previous slide. So it's the name of the engine, like in any car, you have an engine. The LLM can be seen as the engine of AI, generative AI. Copilot use private instances. So each customer of Microsoft get a private instance of GPT and LLM, his own LLM. So it's help not mix your data with the data of any other customers. The Microsoft LLM or Copilot LLM is optimized for conversation. And there is some, at some point, there is some learning with human feedback. So, for example, they have, at the very beginning of LLM, they have asked question, how big can be eggs of a cow? And the LLM is answering, a cow is bigger than a chicken, so the egg of a cow is bigger than egg of a chicken. But this have been this is not true with the human reality. So at some point, human has to say, okay, a cow has no eggs and things like that. So there are some feedback from human. They are pre-trained at some point in time. So that's very interesting because at some point when you ask ChatGPT or Microsoft Copilot, where is the Queen of England? And you could get at some point that Elizabeth II was the Queen of England, even after the death of the Queen, because he was trained before the death of the Queen. So Microsoft Copilot, for example, has some interaction with the newest internet content. And with that, he knows that the Queen is dead and there is a new king and things like that. But it's not directly embedded in the model because the model is stopped at some point in time in order to make it manageable. The LLM can use, especially Copilot Microsoft 365, is using all the content you have in your Microsoft 365 space, plus access to the internet. But be aware that your content in Microsoft 365 can be useful or it can be not so useful if your data are not correct or if you have many versions of the same document. They can fool the LLM to the good answer. So at some point you will have to check the content of your whole repository. And as I said, the word seem make sense, but sometimes there are hallucinations. For example, as I said, if we can speak about eggs of cow, that's not real stuff. This is a very short but interesting animation about the Copilot system. Let me comment it. directly. And the specific stuff around Copilot for Microsoft 365. The three components we have on the screen are key. Okay. The first one is Microsoft 365 app. As we have seen in the demo, the Microsoft 365 apps are the interface of the Copilot Microsoft 365. So you can access Microsoft 365 Copilot within Word, within PowerPoint, within Teams. We have seen that, and also within Excel, within OneNote, within Outlook. At some point, it's also using some, sorry for that. At some point, it's using also some content you have in your Microsoft 365 and using the API, which is called Microsoft Graph. So Microsoft Graph is able to help the LLM to understand what is your next calendar meeting, for example, what is the name of a new contact. For example, I said I want the latest exchange with Adrien Socar. Who is this guy? He's able to find me a specific document. So Microsoft Graph interaction is very important to help use the content you have in your space, Microsoft 365 space. And the LLM, as we have already said, is the engine of everything. So the prompt is first going to the Microsoft Graph to help understand any specific content. This operation is called grounding. And once the grounding has been done, it will be sent to the LLM. It's going to be, okay. So we can find email, files, meeting, chat, calendar, contact. We have seen that in the demo. This is a pre-processing operation, and the modified prompt is sent to the LLM. The LLM is doing what is can do very quickly and very easily is to manage the text and generate new text or understand text, answer questions, things like that. At the end, the LLM is giving back to the Microsoft Graph, because if you need some link, for example, to a document, and then the answer is provided back to the customer or to the end user inside the Microsoft 365 apps. So this is the way it works. And this is a little bit more simple ChatGPT session or Copilot in the browser session. So this is the whole stuff. We can even have a more detailed view of all the interaction. I don't want to explain everything, but I want to focus on, this is basically the same what we have described in the previous slide. But there is one more information on the left. We can see here that some question can go to the Bing, so to the internet, I would say. And you can also plug any new content. For example, you can connect here to Salesforce or another software that can and then provide some new way to ask some information about your Salesforce documentation or Salesforce data. And you can also plug some queries or some app directly to the Power Platform services and Dataverse, which can be very useful for any enterprise content, enterprise solution. Licenses. I have already said that you can get access to Copilot for free with some foundational capabilities with web grounding. You have also a paid version, personal paid version, which allow integration with Copilot, Excel, PowerPoint, but you need a separate license for Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, for example. And for enterprise, you have two options. You have the free, it's not really free, it's included. If you connect using your Microsoft 365 user, you get if you have Office Microsoft 365 Enterprise Business Education license, you get access to the same capabilities for free, plus what they call commercial data protection, which means that you are in a bubble, isolated bubble, and your document will not go everywhere. It will stay in your space, which is very important for company working in any documents. And the whole license is called Copilot, which will give you access to all the capabilities, especially Copilot in Teams, and enterprise-grade data protection and customization. You have some customization available with a tool which is called Copilot Studio. As I said, every data in your Microsoft 365, which is on the bottom of this slide, can be useful for answering any question. So they can be used. Every content you have access to, which is in OneDrive, in SharePoint, in Team Chat, in Exchange, can be used to answer a question. And for that, he's using what they call semantic index for Copilot. And it helps to find, for example, the last email you have exchanged with a specific guy in the interaction. And it's coming back to the teams. So it's very important to organize and classify your data in Microsoft 365. And this is really the first step any company should do, even before buying the license, usually, to be sure that they have a clean space to give informative and correct answer. Because once again, if you have 10 versions of, for example, a policy inside the company, it's not sure that Microsoft Copilot will get the correct version to answer the question. So if he's using an old version or a bad version, it will give a bad, wrong answer. So organization and classification of data is very key. You can feed with additional sources. If, for example, you don't have any information about internal procedure in Microsoft 365, if they are stored in another space, you should put it in your space in order to be able to answer a question using Copilot. And you should also have a discussion inside the company to define who will be eligible for licenses. Microsoft will be very happy if you buy licenses for everybody, but sometimes it's not always possible. So you have to decide who are the best people to first start using the license. Here I have a very short but cool video about a new capabilities which have been introduced at Microsoft Build this year, which is the capability of personalized Copilot. Because if we think about it, Copilot Microsoft 365 is using all your content in all your Microsoft space, but sometimes you want to just use 3 or 5 documents about a specific project, about a specific process in your company, and there is no very cool way to do that. In fact, you just have to select some document in SharePoint, and you have create Copilot capabilities. So this means that this specific Copilot will use only the document you have specified when creating it. And as I said, it's as easy as create a folder, and then you get a link about a new Copilot specifically targeting a specific topic, for example, a process or a project in your business environment. So that's very powerful. And this is a way to manage if you have not so clean space with many documents. And if you are a big company, for example, you are sure that this Copilot is using only the correct version of the document you want him to use. Okay, let's go for the last part, usage. I will go quickly because we are almost out of time. I want to summarize on the skills of LLMs skills are very good to generate content. We have seen that to complete documents. So you have, for example, a PowerPoint or a Word document, and you want just to add some paragraph or some new slides. To transform, one very important stuff you can do with LLM is to translate from one language to the other, but you can also transform from one way of saying, for example, informal discussion to a formal discussion. You can summarize almost everything, and you can make a long summary or a short summary, or summarize as a text, summarize as a key point, as highlights. He is very good at answering some questions. We have seen that in the demo as well. And you can also converse with the chat and have a discussion. And you can also, we didn't have time to show that, but you can also very easily classify some, if you have a set of answer or a specific topic, you can use it to classify a good answer, bad answer, things like that. These are the details. Microsoft did also a very good job defining or helping us define what are the key functional scenarios for example, people working in customer service or people working in information technology. So I would highly recommend to go to this space, this site, if you are interested to understand what are the specific usage you can have for a specific target, I would say, marketing, legal. So that's very, very good stuff here. And it can help to propose your end user, if you are not the end user, if you want to help some customer in or some end user in your company. It can help to propose some scenario where Copilot can be used to help people in their day-to-day job. As I said, I wanted to finish with the art of prompting. What makes a great prompt? That's a good question. And we have all to start trying and improving our capabilities, because we have to think as Copilot as a help in our job on a day-to-day basis. And if you want to make great prompt, we have to think like that. Start with the end of mind. First, you should give the big picture of what you want to get to Copilot. You have to define some stage, define any parameters, and you can modify a little bit or more than a little the delivery. So if we go to Microsoft support, there is a good summary. First, you have the first step is the goal. What do you want Copilot to do? For here, for example, I want a list of 3 bullet points, blah, blah, blah. Then you should give the context, what you need to and who is involved. So here, for example, this is for an incoming meeting with a client, current state, and they are looking to achieve. So you give the more details you want to have. And using this stuff, you specify what you are expecting. Here, I expect a response with a tone that is friendly but authoritative, and you can be as precise as you can. And last but not least, you should specify the source of information. And here, for example, I want only to focus on email and team chat, so no need to go, for example, to Word document or to PowerPoint over the last 2 weeks, because previous information is probably out of date. So this is a great idea of how you should manage a big prompt and a good prompt. This is very important to think like that if you want to have very precise results. In my demo, I have only shown very simple prompt, but here we have a more detailed prompt, a more complex prompt, and the more complex the prompt is, the more you can expect the precise the answer will be. So here we have the details. Start with the end. Set the stage of the context of the question. Focus on email, so that's some sort of parameters. And tailor the delivery. So this is the expectation for how Copilot is working. You should at last understand there are some limits. This is IT. This is not magical once again, and so there are some limits in the prompt. So you have 2,000 characters in a standard prompt and 4,000 in Copilot for Microsoft 365. At some point, you have a notepad available in the browser space, and using this notepad, you can go to up to 18,000 characters. And an important limitation you should be aware is that there is something like 80,000, which is big, number of words it can manage. For example, in a Word document. At some point, it was something like 20 pages, which is a little bit slow. It's a little limitation, but they have increased it to 8,000 words. But you should understand that if you have a very huge document, probably the end will not be managed by document, so by Copilot. So if you ask for a summary, be sure that it takes the whole document, or you can split your document in separate documents, things like that. Okay, that's it for me. If you have any question, my very last slide is we need to get some new skills for a new way of working. Definitely, Copilot will change the way we work. And we need to improve some of our skills. For example, before using Copilot, we should be able to determine which type of work is good for Copilot or which type of work is good for a human. If it takes more time to do it by Copilot, it's better to do it by a human. Or if the result is not good, probably it's better to do it. You should always keep asking, so you should have intellectual curiosity. You should always keep asking a question and try many things. And you should try to find the good way to delegate to AI. And then you should be flexible because Copilot is changing very quickly and very rapidly. So exactly as ChatGPT, so the LLM are really improving a lot. So when you try something and it didn't work, for example, 6 months ago, maybe you should do it right now with a good prompt. It can work much more well. You should be creative also to evaluate the content. Always detect the result and detect any problem in the result. So you should always be the last decider, because what is a good content or what is not a good content, it's only you as a human who can decide that. That's it. Thank you very much. And I think I should find a last question. So what is the price of the standard Copilot Microsoft 365 license in US dollar? 30? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick, for that informative and insightful session. So I request you to remain here for a moment for the token of appreciation. So to present the token of appreciation, I invite Microsoft MVP and seasoned cloud activist, Mr. Colombo.
Thank you. That's cool. Yeah, we lost. 70 is excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay. With that being said, you can now take 20 minutes of our morning break. So this is a great opportunity for you to network with below-minded attendees and with our sponsors and refresh yourself. So please be kind to let us come back at level 15 so we can continue with our rest of the session.
C'est toi, Jamel, un peu. Alors,
La session sponsor, non?
pardon?
Je pensais dans une session sponsor.
Ben, je sais plus dans quel ordre c'est.
Ouais, c'est marqué 10 minutes.
Mais là, je suis en retard ou?
Je suis en retard. Je reprends ça.
C'est en retard, je m'excuse. On va lui laisser parler 10 minutes.
Et sûr?
Ouais, bah oui, on va décaler. On finira le repas.
So we are all set.
The session was good. So
Yeah.
much so detailed one, so much of awareness, I would say.
Yeah.
Which we, most of us, I believe, wouldn't have had that experience of understanding of how this works,
Yeah.
and how the licensing works, and
Yeah.
how this is actually delivered to the entire community.
Okay. The idea was to be at the introduction level to be sure that every people have a clear view of what it provides.
Exactly. We were the first ISV partner of Microsoft, Gold Certified partner of Microsoft back then when they started in Sri Lanka. So, but we lost the competency, people turnaround is high. So we lost the momentum and then now regaining, in the process of regaining that, restoring the relationship we had with Microsoft.
Okay. That's always challenging to work with Microsoft because you have always to be
Keep the competency. In a way, it's good because otherwise, if you don't learn and grow, and you can't grow, right? So you have to keep that competency and the skills always higher.
And Microsoft is asking a lot from from their partners.
Exactly.
So, but that's the game.
So we built the Power Platform competency in the recent past. So we have a decent set of team who is delivering Power Platform application development, Power Automate, Power BI, and now slowly looking at Power Pages as well. So having the other Microsoft Azure technology stack know-how as well. People like Unilever, they are one of the biggest customers of ours. They have a roadmap of utilizing their entire Microsoft ecosystem, tools within it.
And what are the data center that are used by default when you create a Power Platform or a Microsoft 365 space here in Sri Lanka? It's in Indian data center, I suppose?
Probably, I'm not too sure whether it's only managed by Indian group. Mostly, I can see there are a lot of people from India stepping in to administer the entire, I would say, the tenant. But I'm not too sure where the data centers are. Like for Unilever, India is the biggest market. Because that's where the population is.
So many
the
people.
leaders in the population is. What you all doing in Paris when you're owning a company, right?
Yes. I've created. In fact, I worked in the old time. I worked 5 years at Microsoft France as a technical marketing people, I would say. And then I created my own company, and so it was something like 14 years ago.
Right. Okay.
And we have really focused, because we are a small company, and we have really focused on two things. Microsoft 365. At the beginning, it was SharePoint, Teams, Office 365, but right now Microsoft.
So do you build solution or you sell licenses?
We don't sell license. We only do consulting. So explaining all the stuff to customers, and engineering, so building some stuff. And right now we have seen a great demand on Power Platform as well. So right now let's say 2 or 3 years, we have almost 50% on M365 and 50% on property. So in France and in Europe, our platform is really pushing.
In any form, if we can collaborate, or maybe if you need any of our association, let me know. So we are happy to collaborate and work.
Yeah, interesting.
Maybe we can offer the service at a very considerable perks, so that you feel getting some of the work also give you
especially in Azure, because we don't do Azure at all.
Okay.
And sometimes in Power Platform, if we don't have enough people on specific project, it can be interesting.
Definitely. It's something that we are also looking at, where can we extend that services to outsiders.
Yes.
We can remain competitive. Like I said, recently our dollar rates have shooted up.
Yeah.
So spending $1 is it's a huge money for us.
Yeah.
You know, for you just $1, but for us it's a huge money. You would have seen that conversion also, right? While you're trying to spend your Hi, Victor.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
You were not there.
No, I was here. I was there. I was just got some stuff and then.
This is your second home, right? So.
Yeah. This is like I always see. I know everything. So how was the session? It's good.
Yeah, good. Yeah. I think we can bring people back again.
Yeah.
It's the hardest part.
Yeah. The lunch is the hardest part. So it's good, the first one.
Yeah, very detailed one, I said. But a bit of awareness for others who didn't know about how the licensing and what stuff that can do.
Next time we'll try to bring more speakers. Steve.
Yeah.
From even these Malaysia, these guys will be coming also.
Yes.
Vincent.
We had some cancellation from speaker.
No, that's okay. We try.
Yeah.
We'll go.
Maybe next one. Then.
Next one we have more time. We can just.
Yeah. Sorry. It's me.
enjoy the refreshment. So our next session is going to be, we are setting the floor for one of our sponsors. So with our 4 decades of excellence in Sri Lanka's IT industry, AMS Software Engineering is a true pioneer in software development, project engineering, and app modernization with diverse market verticals. Their commitment to delivering groundbreaking technological advancements empowers organizations with future-ready, cloud-ready solutions. It is a great pleasure that DMS Software Engineering holds hands with us as the diamond partner of aMP Colombo 2024. We are excited to hear more about their innovative approaches and contributions to the tech industry. Please join me in welcoming the speaker from DMS Software Engineering to the stage. Out to you.
Very warm welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Despite we had a very short space to accommodate people in person, but I believe there are many connected already online. And aMP Colombo, the Community Day, we are happy to be part of this journey. And big thanks goes to the MVPs who have actually organized this event and make it a success and make this first event to be hosted in Sri Lanka. And look forward to have many events coming back and MVPs would put something on the cards to give you more events in this nature. And I think you are here to witness many awareness and the sessions in technological space with Microsoft is bringing up. So without further ado, we as Diamond sponsors for the aMP Colombo Day 2024, not taking this occasion to boast who we are and what we do, but wanted to give you a kind of a purpose of how and why we have been collaborating in such event. And just to give you a glimpse of this, an organization exists almost half a century. So we are proud to say, so we are coming from a company called DMS Software Engineering. DMS was formed in 1977, having almost 47 years of excellence. The historical milestone of DMS, we are so proud to say that we were the first company, IT company to be formed in Sri Lanka. And we were the first company to bring down a computer, end user computer in Sri Lanka. And Microsoft, when Harsha was introducing 20 years ago, they started their operation. We were the first ISV gold certified partner of Microsoft. Started our software development practices in Microsoft discipline and technology framework and stacks 20 years ago. With that, we continued our journey, and almost if we talk about DMS as a group, we have almost 47 years of existence, almost representing the best of breed global principles and brands. And as we speak, we have about 800 plus staff, tech resources, who is helping the industry to foster the technology landscape. And if you look at DMS focus, we focus on infrastructure solutions, and we do product engineering, and we also focus on apparel sector. So if you really look at DMS as a group, we are serving the entire nation by allowing them to embrace all the technology, and that goes across multiple diverse verticals, market verticals. On the infrastructure solution, DMS is representing all these brands. I think most of you all know, or most of you all would have worked with some of these brands. That is in terms of building your security, building your infrastructure from bare metal servers to all the computer peripherals. And also in terms of product engineering, as we said, we were the first partner with Microsoft and started the building solution on Microsoft platform. And also we are partner of Google, Tableau, Terminos, and Oracle partner as well. So we build solution on Oracle platform as well. So that's on our product engineering space. And also we are in apparel sector, one of the booming sector, as you all know, and we are existing in Sri Lanka as well as in Bangladesh, providing infrastructure and software solution, based solution for garment industries as well. In terms of the Microsoft adoption, the technology adoption for DMS across diverse verticals, we wanted to highlight predominantly from DMS software engineering, we focus on banking and financial market verticals, building solution by using Microsoft platform. So these are certain solutions. Some of you all, when you read by the name, you may not understand what this scope is all about. But banks and financial institutions operate based on the regulation the central bank articulate. So all these solutions are more towards the regulatory requirement of the banks in Sri Lanka. And we are happy to say that all these applications were built on top of Microsoft platform. And some of the banks, of course not local, but global banks are today leaping towards the adoption of Microsoft Azure Cloud as well. So hence all these applications also would be modernized and move towards the Microsoft Azure platform. So these are few solutions that is already running in most of the local and international banks in Sri Lanka. And some of the other products that we innovated and we built and launched in Sri Lanka for many people to adapt. So the first and foremost application that we built on Microsoft Azure was the e-pay slip. So we were one of the biggest payroll BPO supplier in the market who process payroll on behalf of many large organizations. So one of the factors to introduce a kind of a complete electronic way of delivering the pay slips, which we embraced Microsoft Azure technology 10 years ago. That's where when Microsoft Azure was actually coming into the market and trying to build this and then create an awareness to the eco. And then e-pay slip was the first application to be launched. And it's actually helping many organizations to create a zero carbon footprint by not allowing anyone to print the payslip, but allowing the employees to have the payslip till their lifelong, where they can actually access. And another document management system, and then HRIS and TMX, which is actually goes across the tea manufacturing vertical. As you all know, the tea, how we consume is coming from a plantation, and it goes to a brokerage and an auction, and then tea buyers and exporters buy and then blend it, and that comes to our cup that we sip every day, which is probably a Dilma tea or any brand that you know. So this entire ecosystem from the upstream to downstream, the entire value chain will be handled by an application called TMX, which again built when Microsoft legacy applications were there in the market. And now it is embracing the cloud technology and then moving into cloud adoption as well. And all other applications, you can see the tech stacks that we have used from the cloud point, from the front-end language and the backend and the DB that we are using, all are coming from Microsoft and few open source as well. And in terms of technology stack, as you all know, many of those are coming from the Microsoft technology stack. But I'm just using Azure, but there are many other Azure services will be coming along with it while we design and deliver application to our customers. So in terms of our power platform domain and expertise, which we recently started building, we have been working with many multinationals in Sri Lanka for allowing them to embrace the power platform, which nobody, so there is another catch in it, right? We have many M365 consumers in Sri Lanka, but no one actually realized the potential of what Power Platform can do for them. So I think the community, we are brought here trying to empower you all to go and find these customers who are really using this platform, but without utilizing the actual potential of this platform, right? So some of the customers have already realized and they want the ecosystem to come and help them to build this. And that's where we started helping some of the multinationals. I'm sure the market potential is out there. The market is really needing you all to come and tap that market and help those individuals to, or other enterprises to use this technology. So for automating businesses, there are many use cases you would have find it already. to help the business to streamline their operation and then have their operational excellence increase, right? And some of the projects, the recent project that we have embarked on building application by using SharePoint or Database as the backend, and then use Power Platform to build this solution by using Power Apps, Power Automate to automate all your business workflows, and Power BI for analytical dashboards. And these are the few recent applications that we built. One is called Order Automation, which is for one of the largest manufacturing industry, and also the same application for another large manufacturing industry. So a few glimpses of what this application does. So basically, all these applications built using Power App and few Power Automate to automate all these workflows behind the application. And this is essentially allowing, or rather connecting, we call it a secondary sales, right? When someone is, let's say, a dairy producing company or any manufacturing firm will not directly sell anything to you. So they sell it through a distribution network. So that secondary sales, all the order automation, everything will be handled through the Power App. So nobody really realized whether this could be done, but we actually went and consulted the customer and told them, look, you can really use this platform to achieve your operational excellence. So all the Excel-based, the cumbersome task has all been reduced by using the automation. And also they introduced a loyalty app program, which is actually to enable all the retailer, all the business agents to create a kind of a business relationship among them, and then motivate them to do more selling. It's something like you give importance for your sales staff and then keep measuring their KPIs. Something similar to it, all the retailers' KPIs need to be measured, and then they empower the retailers to sell more. So the app will actually allow them to, all the retailers or the, let's say, a shop guy, to look at how best they were selling. Are they actually achieving their targets? So on and so forth. All those insights will be given to an individual to actually measure their performance throughout a year or quarter as how they are progressing through their sales. And in the back end, as a manufacturing organization, they should be able to look at certain insights of how they are performing, how all the retailers are performing, are they meeting their targets or are they underachieving the target? So these are being really plotted over here by using Power BI analytical dashboards. All these components were brought in. So that's how easy it is, because the business would be looking really, they will be amazed with the work that you have done, because you are solving a biggest problem that company is ever going through, without allowing them to spend more on the capital expenditure by investing and buying more products to use it. But they are already using this product. It's just matter of helping them to embrace this and then allow their business to achieve that operational excellence. So these are a few glimpses, and that's all from us. Without further ado, I'm letting all of you to enjoy the rest of the session. And thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And we always believe in this particular term. Together we achieve more. So we as a community here, witnessing all these, what Microsoft can do to you all as well as the entire community. Let's try to embrace this together and then see how we can create a value. Thank you so much once again, and thanks for the MVP for organizing and giving this wonderful opportunity to be part of this. Thank you.
Vas-y, hein. Docteur.
And I invite Mr. Patrick to present the topic of the business.
Yeah, to present what?
Thank you.
Moi, c'est bon.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming to attend my session today. So today I will talk about how to manage a secure cloud container with SharePoint embedded. Before I start, I want to know how many of you are developers and how many of you are familiar with SharePoint or SharePoint and about SharePoint embedded. Okay, this session is for you. So I will talk because it's a new solution by Microsoft. So I will talk during this session about this. So before we begin, I want to thank our sponsor. As you know, this event are sponsoring. It's a community event. It's sponsored by the sponsor. Without the sponsor, this type of event would never happen. So thanks to our sponsor, Digital 400 and DMS. So I will share with you the next aMP event. Patrick, he talked about the next event of aMP worldwide. As you can see, it's everywhere. We cannot travel to everywhere to attend this event, but hopefully these events are online events, so we can attend. All the events are broadcasting online, so we can ask even your question online, and the speaker at the end of the session can answer your question. And also, after each event, all the slides, all the presentations are shared with the attendee online or in-person attendees. So
That's the point. At the end of the event, you will be able to get all the slides on the Teams space. So you have probably received all an invitation to Teams. That's where you will find the slides.
At the end of the session, I will share the slides. So you can take photo and I will share it for you. So you can use it. You can use it at your work. You can, when you're a student, you can use it with your colleague. So I will present myself. I'm Jamal Abed. I'm an independent Microsoft 365 consultant. I was born in Tunisia, in Africa, and now I live in France and in Belgium. I have 16 years of experience on SharePoint. I started working on SharePoint 27 until the version 2019, and now on Microsoft 365. I found two companies in France and in Belgium, and you can follow me on Twitter. Twitter, it's used in USA. I don't think here we are using Twitter, or we have my LinkedIn. You can add me and you can ask me any questions. So I will answer at any question for free. Okay, I will share with you the agenda for today. Today I will talk. I will show what is the problem today with our company, why we are talking about SharePoint embedded, and I will present later what is it SharePoint embedded on terms of architecture, concept, and after I will talk about the cost of SharePoint embedded. It's Microsoft product, it costs, and I will share with you the develop experience if you want to start work with this, which tool you need. And I will share with you PowerShell commands and Graph API. And at the end, I will show you in the real case, in one demo, how to manipulate everything. If you have any question at any time, I can answer the question. So I like when you ask a question. So at any time when you have a question, I will stop the slide, presentation, I will answer your question. So I will start with the problem nowadays. Nowadays, our company, in each company, you can develop application, you can purchase application, and this application all the time are using data. And as you know, data are crucial for our enterprise. So every application uses this data, this content, are crucial for our company. And really, what really happens, this data are all the time stored and uploaded in various systems. So that leads to challenge our company in terms of security, in terms of management and collaboration. Imagine, I put for example here, for application. Imagine we have app 1 and app 2, two applications developed by our company. So in developed application, we can choose to store file in document library, for example, in SharePoint. And imagine you can purchase other application. This application can can manage data in other systems. As you can see, everything is mixed. So it's really hard for the company to have unified content management. So the real scenario, the ideal scenario, to have a unified data layer inside the company, whether the application developed inside the company or purchased. So this is the real scenario. So we need to have, for example, a content layer for every application. And if you have this layer, it provides the company on terms of security, collaboration, and also AI. So to achieve this goal, we have SharePoint embedded. Where SharePoint embedded coming? SharePoint embedded, it's a headless version of SharePoint dedicated for your application. If you have any questions, it's okay after that.
Headless means there's no front end.
Not front end, it's API. With API, it's like it's like document library. In the real case, actually, before SharePoint embedded, we had a document library inside SharePoint site. But now we have the SharePoint embedded. It's inside container. I will talk about this. Inside your tenant. It's like document library, but you don't have UI for this. And it's dedicated not for a site, for an application.
Okay, that means we can include multiple applications. The same.
The same.
Can include multiple contents. The same.
You can develop your application with the front end, and you can call your API from the data.
Okay.
And the data, and you stay SharePoint embedded. We talk about content. We talk about files. I have many. I will show this in the next slide. So I will present SharePoint embedded. SharePoint embedded is a new solution announced by Microsoft last year. Something really new. Last year, Microsoft in November 2023 announced in public preview the version and in general availability in 3 months ago, so in May. So now we can use it. And SharePoint embedded allow the company to create a dedicated partition inside your tenant for your application. And we are talking only about document, about file. We are not talking about the structure like SharePoint list, Microsoft list, or SQL table. So when you say SharePoint embedded, we say file. We are talking about only data, only about file. And all the files are stored in the entity, some entity. We call this entity containers. Container, they are inside your tenant. And as you said, we don't have UI for this. To manage the container and to store file, to share the file, everything we can manage it only with the Graph API. And all the container, this point is very important. All the container, it's inside your tenant. So you cannot create container or SharePoint embedded container in other tenants. So it's only on your customer, your tenant. And all the container are linked to type. We call this type container type. That help Microsoft that help you to know how much it costs to SharePoint embedded. So if you link it to container type. So I will talk on detail about container type and everything. And all the content are available in your tenant. That means the same way, if you have document, you have file inside document library, inside site, inside OneDrive, and you have document inside SharePoint embedded container, you have the same thing. For example, when you have Word document inside document library, you can open it in browser, you can open it in desktop application for Word, and you can, for example, multiple user work on the same time on the document. It's the same thing when you have the document inside the container. And the same thing when you have, for example, inside the company, some rules, security rules, for example, compliance rule like review or something, you can associate some sensitive label for document. The same thing when you have document inside the document library, the same thing inside the container. And also all the content stored inside the container are not calculated like the classic way. So it costs, Microsoft calculates a different way how much this costs for SharePoint content. So I have one slide, I will show you how it costs. Here, so now I want to present how everything is situated. As you know, when you have our Microsoft tenant, it's running on the Microsoft Cloud. Our infrastructure, it's Microsoft Cloud. And we have on the top, the platform as a service. In this layer, we found our Microsoft 365 security and compliance okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So, you can hear me?
Yeah.
It's better with mic or? Okay, it's better, okay. And as you can see, our SharePoint embedded layer, it's situated on the top of Microsoft 365 compliance rule. That means every content inside, every rule for Microsoft security inside the tenant are applicable also on SharePoint embedded content. And on the top layer, we have our experience. Our experience, you can find our custom application. As you remember in the first slide, I shared the app 1 and the app 4. In this case, the custom application, the application you develop inside your company, and the application you purchase it from other solutions. And you can find also in the experience layer the Microsoft 365 application. Microsoft has already some application developed on the top of Microsoft embedded, like Loop. Loop, for example, is a product of Microsoft. When you create workspace, all the workspace are stored inside your tenant, a container, and also Designer. Designer is help to generate the picture with the AI. It's clear, Antonio? Well, now we'll talk about architecture. When you talk about SharePoint embedded, we have three things. We talk about application. We have SharePoint embedded application. And we talk also about file storage container and also the container type. At the end of this slide, this section, I will show you on Microsoft 365 how everything is situated in one slide. So what is a SharePoint embedded application? It's an Entra ID. It's an Entra application or Azure application. By default, they have access to all the containers. So the application can create, can delete containers inside your tenant. When I say SPE is SharePoint embedded, SharePoint embedded, and Microsoft has introduced a new. Microsoft has introduced a new scope permission. This scope permission is file storage container dot shared. When you create an application in your tenant on Azure portal, you can search for permission for your application. So with SharePoint embedded, you can find on your tenant this new scope. And this scope that allow your application to manage everything for your container. And all when you create an application, it's associated to one container type. And we have container associated for each container type. We have many containers. So I will detail this point to the next slide. So here I put a screenshot. What is it? File storage container not selected. As you can see here, when you create an app, you can find the scope here for file storage container selected. Okay. Now I will talk about the file storage container. The file storage container, they are partitioned inside your tenant, dedicated for your application. The application has full control of your container, as I said. And for each application, you can create multiple container. The container where we store the file, the content. And as I said, my mic. As I said, for each application, we have one container type, and we have multiple container. And all the access is with the API. So to create, to delete, to add file, to edit file, to share file inside the container, everything it's by API, and the core API it's done inside your application. And it's integrated with Microsoft 365 experience. That means when you have documents inside, as I said, inside container, the same way, create the same way when the document is stored inside document library or OneDrive space. It's clear until now? Okay. So now the container type. The container type, each container type has a unique ID. That means like when your tenant, you have unique ID. The container type has unique ID. That means when you have, it's created inside the tenant where the application is developed. So it's created, when I say provider tenant, the tenant where the application is created. Like I showed on Azure Portal, when you create application, associate permission, it's where the container type is created also. And it's registered with your consumer tenant. So in the case, for example, you purchase an application from a third-party software, we have the consumer tenant and we have the developer tenant. You can purchase the application, and the provider is the developer tenant. And every single tenant scenario, that means you can, inside your company, develop your application. So you create the application in your company, associate this application to one container type, and we can create many containers with the same tenant. So in the case we have an application for inside your tenant. And all the, as I said, all the file storage containers are linked exactly to one container type, and that's associated with your application. And associate also when you have the container type. Okay. It's better with or without? Wait. Now you can hear me? No? Okay, I'll try this. And also it's calculated, the cost of SharePoint of it's calculated in different way. The container type have to calculate the cost. Okay. Now in this slide you will understand how everything is situated. I will show you here how it's in Microsoft 365 storage in different way. Now, as you can see, we have a SharePoint. We have our document library inside SharePoint site, and we have also OneDrive. OneDrive, where each user inside the company has his own personal OneDrive space. And with SharePoint embedded, you will find inside this Microsoft 365 storage inside your tenant. So we can find also the SharePoint embedded container. When I say SharePoint embedded, the container where we store, we save the files. And to access to this file, we can open the file. For example, when you have document, Word document, Office document, we can open it in the browser like Edge, and also in Office apps. And also, I want to mention also, we are not manipulate only Office document. We can save file, you can save PDF file, you can save video and everything. And we can open also with other applications. For example, when you have PDF and document library, you can open it in the browser, and you can open it on a desktop application. So here we can, for example, from browser, we can open documents from SharePoint, from OneDrive. And as I said, we cannot directly work with the files inside SharePoint embedded. So we can find our Microsoft Graph API. As you can, as we know, Graph API, you can also query file inside your tenant everywhere. So with Graph API, we can query on SharePoint, file document on SharePoint or OneDrive, but also with container. And as I said, you have your SharePoint embedded app. The SharePoint embedded app use Microsoft Graph API to query your SharePoint embedded content. It's clear, this slide? I know it's very technical, or okay. So I will share some concept here. Here I took an example. For example, here I have two tenants. two consumer tenants and one developer tenant. So developer tenant where the application is created. For example, here in the first tenant, I took an example. We have three containers. The container can store many files inside, and the application it's on the developer tenant. So it's as I said, for each container type, we can associate many containers. And this example, the containers are in three tenants. The same thing for the consumer tenant. The containers are linked to the container type, and the container type is associated only to one application. And you have also the scenario where the container is the same developer tenant. It's clear, this one? Okay. So here I want to share some notion. For example, when I say developer tenant, it's where the application is developed, and the consumer tenant where the container, the tenant who purchase or use the application. And we have application in single tenant application, multi-tenant application. So here, I took an example here. I have the three tenants and two applications. For example, the application one on the left of the slide, application one, it's used by the tenant number one. It's a single tenant application. And I have an example of application two on the right hand of the slide. It's used inside the tenant, it's used by the tenant 2 and tenant 3. As you can say, so we have an application used in different tenants. So we can have, and so we have a case where application 2, it's used for example, by 20 tenant or 100 tenant. And here, as you notice, all the, as I said, SharePoint embedded container, we have our data. So when you see this slide, all the time the data are stored inside the consumer tenant. It's very, very important, this stuff. When you, for example, develop application, you want to sell this application to consumer, you say, yes, I'm only selling the application, but I'm not managing the data. The data stay inside your tenant. And this is the powerful of SharePoint embedded. So, for example, when you develop application for three companies, each company told you, yes, I have different compliance security for document. For example, the first company says, if you have document, some word inside document, I will tag it human document, for example, financial document. And the second company told you, no, I have different rules. So without SharePoint embedded, you should to implement each rule inside your application. The SharePoint embedded, you develop your only your application, you sell it to different consumer, and as I said, the compliance are applicable for each file inside the content. So you don't need to implement this inside your application. It's clear. It's really important also to develop application. And here I put here the link. You can share. As I said, you have one application, it's associated to only one container type. And for each container type, you can associate many containers. And very important, we cannot find inside the tenant container without container type. It's impossible. When you have a container, it's associated to only one container type. And here I will share with you some like document library. You have we can associate to our container some permission and custom property. So for the container permission, we have 4 levels of container permission. We have the owner, the manager, the editor, and the reader. The owner has full control of the container. So it can delete container, can edit container, it can move the container. And we have the manager. The manager, he can add, update the property of the container and manage file. And for the editor, he can only manage the data inside the container. He cannot, for example, edit the description, for example, the title of the name of the container. And we have the reader, he can only read the files, the property of the container. So the container permission, as you know, in SharePoint, we have some things break role inheritance. For example, when you grant permission inside to the site, you can say for this document library or for this item, I need to apply unique permission. So in SharePoint, you can do this. But in SharePoint embedded in the container, you cannot do this. You can only add edit permission or delete permission. You can only add it to file and also we can create folder inside container. So it's like document library. We can create folder inside. We can add permission for the folder inside the container. We can add permission for the file inside the container also. It's clear. I'm very fast. Or... Okay, yeah, 25 minutes. Okay, and the custom property, it's like document library. We can associate some metadata for your content. So we can, this metadata, we can, it's helpful for your application. It's help to find your container. We can also, this metadata also can be indexable, and we can disable the search indexable for this property by we have is searchable. Is searchable. You have is searchable. You can put it on true or false to say if I want to the search to index this container or no. And also it's useful for your query. So you associate metadata. You use all the time the query. You can filter which container you want to use. Now it's really think it's. If you have a question, we can answer. Now I will talk about the cost of SharePoint embed. We have two types of SharePoint embed. We have the standard container and the trial container. For each tenant, we can create trial container. So the standard container, they are associated with Azure subscription. So it's payable, and you can try on site. For each container, you can create container for 30 days. So when it expires, you can delete it and create another one for 30 days also. And you can create maximum 5 containers. And for each container, you can store maximum data, 200 megabyte data, and 1 gigabyte combined. So it's free inside each container. When you try your container, you can load on your tenant for free. So. And the cost here the cost, I put the link here for the cost. So with SharePoint embedded, we pay as you go. So we don't have license like SharePoint site. For example, you want to grant permission to one user to access to document library inside SharePoint site, you need to pay a license per month. So it costs per month. Here it's cost by data stored inside. And we have two, we can measure this with storage and with Graph API transaction. So when you query your data inside your container by your application, you pay. So
what is the difference between Graph API transaction and search indexing in SharePoint?
Search index, you will not pay for this. So Graph API, you will pay for this. For example, you want to ask Copilot, as I said, when you have the unified content layer, I said it's also to have unique AI platform. For example, when you want to ask Copilot, Patrick, he talked about Copilot. If you have documents stored inside document library, for example, for financial documents, and we have the other document financial inside container, you ask Copilot to find this, you can find the document. The same thing when you search the document. Yes. And also, and here it's very important. For example, I said Copilot query your tenant. The query done by Copilot are not calculated in this cost. It's not matter. It's only the query, the call from your application are calculated. So the unit it's by $gigabyte per day, and the price is cost. And it's different from region to other region, from Azure, and also by API calls. And the question here, you said yes. If I have already licensed for Microsoft, they have already document library. Why I need to pay more for SharePoint embedded. But the question here, it depends. For example, when you have project and you have files stored inside document library, and if you, for example, the user are using this only two times per month, why associate the license? Why you are paying license for 1 month for user who only access 2 times for example, document? You can create SharePoint container, and you pay only for the 2 times where the user use this container. It costs less for your company. And for example, when you have document, you have use for example, user access every day to the document library, so you don't need to do it with SharePoint embedded. So here I want to share with you developer experience, as many of you are developer. So when you want to start with SharePoint embedded, you should have SharePoint Visual Code, and you should install the SharePoint embedded extension. So you can find the extension on the store of Visual Code. And once this SharePoint embedded is still in preview, once installed, you should sign to Microsoft 365 for your admin link. And here we have the option to create the trial container type. Here I'm talking about how to create the second option of container. And if you want also to create the standard container, you need to create from Azure, you need to create a subscription to associate the subscription to your application and everything. But here is the first way to start work with SharePoint embedded. And here, when you click on the button create trial container type, the extension, create the application, create the container type, associate the container type to the application, create the certificate, and also after we have the option to create how to create your container. So, and also it's very powerful. If you know Postman. Postman, if you are working with the query, it's very powerful tools. You can simulate the result of the query inside Postman, and you will find all the collection of all the query for SharePoint embedded with this URL, or with this link. You can download it from SPE Postman, and you will find here everything. So you can find everything clear. For example, you have, I will show you later how to, in the real case, how to manipulate this. And you will find everything, how to create container, how to get container updates, how to manage file inside the container. Until this, it's clear? Or? Okay. I'll share the slide later, we will have everything. And here I will share with you some PowerShell command on Graph API. For example, as I said, we have 2 types of container. So we have the trial container and the standard container type. So to create a trial container type, you need to connect your SharePoint SPO service URL with your admin SharePoint URL, and you can create container type with new SPO container type and with the attribute trial container type and the container type name and the only application ID. You have already your application, you will associate it to a container type. And to create the standard container type, it's payable. As I said, it's associated to Azure subscription. So we have different attributes here. We have container type name, the application ID, and the Azure subscription ID. And if you have the resource group, you can associate the resource group and the region also. So for example, to retrieve container type, we have this PowerShell command. We get SPO container type, and also we can specify the container type ID. Okay, and you can also link the container type with your consumer tenant. You can do it with the Graph API call. And as I said, the container type ID, it's universal. So if, for example, you want to associate from your tenant to developer tenant, you call this query, and this container type is not inside your tenant, it's another tenant. it's universal, so it's unique. So once you create, you call this query, you will have the result like this, so 200, okay, and you'll have app ID and everything, the result, and also to create creation of a container. So the same thing when you want to create a container, you need to use this query. It's also this query, all the query are in the Postman collection. You specify the display name, description, and the container type ID. All the time you specify the container type ID, and you have the result like this. As you can see, here the ID of your container. It's like this. So you have the states by default inactive, and you have another query to activate it. So we can update a container, we can update the name and the description also, and we have the results here. So we can retrieve container also by PowerShell or by Graph API. So this is common. I'll share the slide, you will have this also. And also you can delete container. It's like in SharePoint, you can delete document library. And we have two options to delete it per container, to delete it to delete it to recycle bin, or to delete it definitely. So we can remove SP container. We specify the container ID, and also we can retrieve also all the container deleted. And if you delete, it's still available 30 days. So after 30 days, it's deleted differently. So we can also delete it permanently with this command, remove SPU, delete container, and you will get it. So we are talking about the container. So this is the same thing. I put the two options when you want to use PowerShell and use Graph API to manage your container. So we can do it with PowerShell, and also we can do it with Graph API. Graph API, you can delete, get, delete. And also to manage permission also, I put you can get permission with the command container type, the first one, and to create permission, update permission, delete permission. So to manage container also the custom property. If you want, I will show you on demo quickly about this. So this is why I will take a lot of time for this slide. And to work with the container, for example, you want to get files, we have this query. To upload file, you have some query, delete file, create folder. You can also create folder, as I said, inside the container. It's like document library in SharePoint. So now the demo. Okay, let's type the demo. As you can see here, I already create my trail container type, and here on the left, after I installed the extension, here you can find I have the icon for SharePoint embedded. When I click on the icon, I sign it with my account, and here you can find all the containers inside your team. For example, I created this container type 6 days ago, so it will expire in 24 days. Here, for example, I will check how many containers I have. I have two containers. I will show you on real demo how to create container by Graph API. So here in my tenant, in this application, I have two containers for files. So now I will use Postman. So also, we have an option. For example, when you right click here, you can say set up Postman collection. So on one click, it will export for you a configuration file with the application ID, the container type ID, or with other information. So and you can import it to Postman. So what I did, so I exported to Postman. Also, in Postman, you can create many environments. So I already imported this collection.
if I click here, I will find everything here. So I have my container type ID, the tenant name, the client ID, and all the information. So I don't need to write it by hand. And here on Postman also we have an option. We can, for example, if you work with many tenants, we can upload many configuration files, many environment IDs, many environment files. So here I choose this one. And here I have, as I said, I have everything here. So I have all the query. You can use it to manage container, to manage file, to manage search also, to manage also the security inside the container. So for example, if I want here to launch the query, for example, list container. So I will, as you can see here, I have the container type ID. The container type ID, it's in the configuration file I imported to Postman collection. So here I will send. It's like the same thing you do it in your application. Your application, you use this query. You said, I want to know, you develop a UI for this. Said, I want to know how many container I have inside associated with this container type ID for my application. Here you can find, I have two containers. My container for up to R, my container for up to. For example, here I want to create a container. So I said, so I want to create content. As I said, we need to fill the attribute display name and also the description. So I will put here, for example, up3. So here I will send the query. It's a post query. So it will create my container. So here is, as I show on the slide, the success of the query. Here I have my container ID. So here I will execute another time the query. You will see I will have 3 containers. So here we have the 3. For example, I want to upload the file inside the container. I will say yes. I have here the section file. I have the query upload file. So here I will say yes. I will upload the file. So I will name this file. I will name this file, for example, Colombo. And here I have the body here. I can choose which file. So search for file, for example. I'll take a document file. I'll create one. Document. So just this. So the name is different, but I already saved the name. It will be aMP Colombo. So I will send it. So here he create my file. He add my file to the container. And as you can see, here we have the URL of the file. So I click on this. So I will go to the file. So here, as you can see, so with this query, it's an API, Graph API query. So directly I download my files. My file is so we can also get files. So we have everything. We can start with this to manipulate SharePoint embedded. So we have also the search, the security, to have permission, to search for container, to search for container items. We have everything. So it's clear. I want it's very short, 45 minutes. So here, slide. And here, see, I shared some resources, so you can find the collection of Postman, so you can download it, and we can start how to work with SharePoint embedded.
and how to set up your share content methods. It's everything on Microsoft Learn. And conclusion, as I said, we have two options. So now we said I present this presentation in different conference, and they asked me why you're using SharePoint Embedded. I already pay a license for document library for site. As I said, if you develop application, you want to sell the application, you don't need to implement all the security compliance for each customer on your application. So you develop your application, you sell your application for customer, and the data stay in their tenants. You don't manage the data of the customer. And the same thing when you have document to store inside your tenant, you don't need to grant permissions for user to only access 2 times to the document library, for example. You need to create container, you pay only per user for this. Have any questions? I want to ask if you have any question, you can answer. So it's time to answer questions. So. Okay. Okay. First question: how many type of container we can create? What?
Multiple. It's up to you.
Container type.
Unlimited.
Container we can create unlimited, but container type we have 2 options of container type. We have the standard, the payable, and the trial container type. So the second question, SharePoint embedded as a. I'll find something. So my question is. How much costs SharePoint embedded? How we calculate? If I will say another question. Do you need license for SharePoint embedded or not? No. As I said, it's payable as you go. The calculation. I have sticker here if you want. If you want sticker, we have sticker here. I put it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jamil, for that who made you speak. So please really remain in this stage for a minute. As a token of appreciation, I would like to invite Mr. Again to
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. As I said, if you have any question, you can ask me. So,
once again, thank you so much. And our next session is titled Building Your Custom Copilot
till this scheme is set up, we will start it. Okay, done. So the session will be done by both of us quickly, and this is Ansamal. I'm a Microsoft aMP for developer technologies plus our apps. Right, for Power Platform, I have like two different categories. The main reason is like the community work we have done for Power Apps and .NET. .NET all the development stuff plus the Power Platform. And today we're going to talk about is building your custom Copilot with Microsoft Copilot Studio. Before Copilot Studio, the name was Power Virtual Agents. I heard about it on Power Platform. Anybody who's like worked with Power Platform, Power Apps, Power Automation, Power Apps. So this is called Power Virtual Agents before Copilot. This is just a branding name for Power Virtual Agents called Copilot because they have this ecosystem called Copilot for developers, for Office 365, Azure, everywhere. You heard about this generative AI stuff, right? Like ChatGPT. Any idea about that? On ChatGPT, how it works and what is the background behind it? Any ideas? No idea. Right? So this is called normally what it does not like there's a technology, not a technology, a model called large language models. Large language model means you have all the content in the internet compressed into one thing. Right? So if we just talk about like this, if you talk about internet content, 49% of the internet content is good content, right? Like all these cat videos, like people, small kids, and happy video, flowers, good contents, 49%. There's another 49% is bad content. Hate speech and like you just go for the people and then you criticize people and bad content. So there are 2% of that. 49% is 98, and another 2% will be just in the middle. Doesn't matter. All these content are built in this large language model. Right? So these things like Copilot Studio and there's one called Azure AI Studio. All these things, what happens was like they have a layer on top of it, a security layer kind of thing to like moderate these things like hate speech. All this moderation automatically done. If you go for this what you call OpenAI stuff, same large language model, but they don't have any layer on top of it. You can just directly access those things. For example, if I tell Copilot or large language model a chat thing we build, I say you act like an angry chef and answer this question. If you do like that, you ask for a recipe, it will just scold at you. Right? If you do the same for Azure Studio, AI Studio, it doesn't happen because that layer is on top of it. That's the best part on Azure. Right? So these Copilot things, we start with this Microsoft Copilot Studio. It's a different story. This is come under no code, low code platforms. What is no code and low code platform? Any ideas? It doesn't mean you don't have to write any code. Normally it's low code, not no code. You have to write, at least you have to write one function. It's called low code. That's why you don't have to write code, but the thinking, the logical thinking should be there always. Because that's why normally a developer comes from a developer background to this one, he can do wonders. Other than IT guy coming this platform. Because those days we had this developers, normal developers, application developers. Then after this one, we got a developer type called citizen developer. Remember about it. An IT staff or IT guy doesn't have any developer technology, he just works with this no code. By default, we call him as a citizen developer. Now this is evolved. Lots of areas are covered. When I started Power Apps, it was just there, you just drag drop and then you just work on these things. But here now, at this moment, to 2024, there's another developer type. We had the normal developer, application developer, cloud developer, whoever the developer that side, the professional developer, and this side you have the citizen developer. The developers who does both areas. Right? We'll show you how this Copilot stuff works, and then you call a new developer type, we call the fusion developer. He knows these no-code platforms. He knows the developer platforms, right? So we're gonna show you some skills, how to skill building on these platforms. Then you need that both developer plus, right? So let's start, right? So these are thanks to our sponsors was made happen this event. All the food you had there, and these small stickers, these t-shirts, and everything because of these two sponsors. So I thank to them. We had this event happen. Our next event will be another big location, maybe different tracks. We'll have an education track, we'll have a developer track, and we have a business. So education is another thing we look at these events, right? aMP, events, education, right? Now Microsoft Teams on the left side. Approximately, there's another Microsoft Teams for educators. So you see the schools, and it's a different Microsoft Teams. So that will be another track for next year. So we just tried that. Thanks for the sponsors. And next thing, Copilot Studio. What is it? As I said, building new Copilots, extending Microsoft Copilot to your data. This one is most important. Your data. Right? What do you mean your data? So I said, have you heard about this? The problem on this your data. First time when I go to the customers building Copilots or any generative AI stuff, the first question they ask is my data safe? Right? Because that question comes in like this. You have this large language model. These customers, they have this invoice. The first customer had this some sort of invoice templates. Nice templates. They have built this template. They have spent amount of money to these designers to build this nice templates. So they wanted to create this data, read these templates, and get into a database. There's an email template, from this customer, an invoice, to read the invoice, update the database. Right? So those kind of automation stuff and AI stuff, their main problem was if somebody comes to ChatGPT, ask for an invoice, will my invoice template will be there? Right? That was the main question. Even a hotel system, I have these room types, I have this customer data, customer stuff, and they have these type of foods, and we are trying to build this data go to another customer. That's another main problem they ask, right? To build this stuff, they will ask definitely. Imagine a banking system. They have this bank. So you have this information, and then you go to there, and then if accidentally somebody else's account details comes in, what will happen? That's like tell me who is the big account owner in this bank. There's no security. What will happen? Just comes up, right? So these LLM, these large language models, first thing you have to understand, these are stateless. Meaning of stateless. What's that? Stateless means it doesn't keep anything inside its memory. Whatever the questions you ask, whatever the data you provide, nothing will be saved there. Because those models are already trained. It's kind of like a file, a block, it will be there, that's it. If you want to get your data and put inside and train the data, you can't do that. So you need millions of dollars to do that. You can train, but you need money for that. That's normally the stateless model, and then you can train with your data, and then if you want, you can create your own large language model.
But simply when it comes to ChatGPT,
yeah.
Nowadays it says that your data might be used for training.
It depends. Because you have three models. You have large language model, stateless, which is that. Then there's another model you can train with your data if you want. So those are for customers who have special requirements. You can say, I have my financial data, please train with the model and get out. So normally by default, nothing is trained with your data. Your data will be secured at another end. Your data will be used to get stuff. That's it. Right? So that's why it's called stateless. This is the most important part. Your data. And the other important part, building your own copilots means own chat models, basic chat models. You can use it and extending Microsoft Copilot with your data. You can extend it with your data. For example, you can just ask questions. Okay, what is the whatever something like, okay, give me some the calculation, just calculate. Even if you ask ChatGPT what is today's date, it can't answer. Why is that? Because that stateless model, it will answer whatever the last date it trained. Who is the president? There's a date. Say this model is trained only for like 2023. This date. To that date only you will get information. What are the current situation? So to get your current situation, then you have to feed data. Okay, get this information. This is my data. Bind together and give an answer. Then it will answer today's date is this. That's why extending things. Right now, go to the next slide. So these are the solutions you can provide. Software industry. We start with customer service. Solve 14% more customer issues per hour. Imagine if you are a bank, right? Every day I got this from like several banks I work with, and they said the problem is like people call, what are types of accounts you have? This is savings accounts, this account, that account, and this account. What will be the interest rate for my fixed deposit? Those questions every day people ask, right? Right, it's a headache. Every day they ask, and then okay, if I have this amount of money, if I put it for like 3 years, what will happen? Those kind of questions we can put in the mobile. It might be, right? Okay, the data changes. You can say this year it will be 10% of annual interest. Next year it will be maybe 12%. Then you should be answering from 12%. That's why you can just create those kind of chatbots, right? The other one is security operations. I mean, you can just find out what are the tests I have. Like, for example, you have Teams, Microsoft Teams, and you have lots of channels. So, a friend of mine had a problem on this one. Right? It's very scary. First time Copilot was introduced, he asked a question. I can't remember my password. I need to find it. Believe it or not, this one, he found that password and this is your password. And he was scared why? Somehow he sent that password to some Teams to somebody else. He picked it up and then got it. And then he was scared and he said, I need some security on these things. So there are security stuff. As an admin, you can do those things. So those kind of security operations, also things to do here. Right? Now data and IT flows. This is again, I have my team channels with some of it because normally on if your team, the headache one is like creating these groups channels. You look at team for lots of channels just lying there, nothing. It doesn't do anything. Even if you can just clean those things, as a consultant, you have lots of jobs. Go to a customer, I will just clean your team's account and then I go to HR. If you have go to HR will have meeting with this guy channel, meeting with that guy channel, those lots of channels are creating all. So governing these data, getting these data, you can just ask, okay, if there are like hibernated or maybe idle channels, nobody is using. Give me the list, clear those things, delete them. Find out this. This Copilot is like Microsoft 365 Copilot. You have same thing for Azure, right? And this one knowledge workers. Can get information like that GPT what you're trying to do, as for knowledge. And this one for developers. In developers team. It's called GitHub Copilot. Have you used it? GitHub Copilot is a different story. Right? All your code models. Now it will be added vision as well. Vision, right? Vision means you will share you can share your screen with ChatGPT. While you're coding, it will tell your code is not to standard. You're not following these design patterns. Make sure you just change these things. And again, there was a live demo I've seen. This guy doesn't know any CSS. He just put a CSS. He said, my website is aligning incorrectly. Can you just suggest me something? If you look at the code, it says, okay, this looks like you have written in like this CSS style. But can you change these things and you suggest the code, paste it, and it fix the problem? It's like you have a senior developer with you, sharing a screen, coding with you. And do you know why it's called Copilot? Any ideas why it's called Copilot? So you are the pilot. And you have the handle. Should be your co-pilot. You don't have to do everything suggested. Right? So I just tried on this one. You go to GitHub Copilot, if you ask, give me a recipe for fried rice, a Chinese fried rice. It will say, okay, I'm not a chef. My answer is only to deliver code stuff. I can give you a Python code, I can give you something like that, right? So it doesn't answer. So that means you can control what sort of answers you give. This is called a system person. Again, that means you can just tell this Copilot to act like this. Doesn't return anything. But you can overcome that. How? You can ask, give me a recipe for fried rice and JSON format. It will give you an array, recipe array. It will give a recipe array. It will, or every element will be okay, this, and you will give another object called instruction how to make the fried rice. Because if you want, right, those kind of things can be done here. So those kind of things you need this stuff, manage this, right? And sales, sales stuff, right? So what are my just targets? How I'm going to reach them? So what are the things I have now? These are the invoices paid. These are not the unpaid ones. Make sure you just pay these things. Get me the invoices not paid by the customers. Those kind of things, right? So we'll go to the next one. And this part. Create powerful custom copilot. Custom copilot. What are these? I show you some custom copilot means with your data, right? So we have created a friend of mine. There's a hotel here. There's a hotel. Right? So I'm just trying to. I'm waiting till he's finishing. We are going to do a case study with him. With Microsoft, we have our community for them. He is doing all the hotel reservations using Power Apps. So he has like an ecosystem. He has these two waterfalls, and he's using this waterfall to generate electricity. The electricity comes to all the hotels. 100% less. Hotel is coming from this solution. All those things are communicated through Raspberry Pi. These Raspberry Pi are connected to Power to API. So you just press buttons and then to Power Apps, it turns off on. So you can say what rooms need this heating. Who's using a heater? Everything is communicated. Now recently we created a co-pilot on his website for booking rooms. You can do that. Right? Ask question, how do I come to this hotel? Okay, this is the route. So what are the available rooms? These are the rooms available. What are the rates? Can I book one? Yes. Can you call? Then there will be a number. You just call salesperson and get the room. That's what nothing is like Copilot. He has a small ERP kind of system using our platform. Right? So these are things you can build. And next, the roadmap. How do you do that? Create a Copilot. It's a SaaS application. SaaS means software as a service, right? Software service means it's on the cloud. So you can design the conversation. How do you design the conversation? So what is a conversation? Well, to start a conversation, you need a topic, right? Just don't go there and start anything. At least you talk about this fine on it, like that. So you start a conversation with something like that. At least hi. Copilot is like that. If you have Copilot Studio, you can just start a conversation with an hi or good morning. So that good morning means it's a topic, right? That's kind of a solution. You can say good morning, but I should answer. You can write this. Then you can just say if it's a hospital, any available doctors. Then that's another topic. Start the conversation, that's one topic. So those kind of topics you can generate and develop it and publish it. Control and improve means you just publish it. Then you have analytics. Where it failed. Sometimes every time if you just ask for a age, 99% of people just type a character, right? You haven't tried that, right? There's something else right to. That means here improvement you get an analysis. What sort of wrong questions asked and what are the wrong answers given? What are the questions not answered? So then you can just improve that, create another topic. Right? After that, if you want to improve more, you can attach more data. Imagine you can ask for a room, you can create a topic saying, I have this kind of rooms. room 1, room 2, room 3, room 4, deluxe room, those kind of rooms. So you need to check the availability of that. Then you need database access, right? Whoever booked that room, that should be marked as not available, and then you have to pick that up showing the list. Those kind of improvement. This is a roadmap to start, build, publish, and manage. Easy as that, because just drag drop stuff, right? Yeah. This is the analyzing method, analyzing and improve. Can just again, this is more other important one, multiple channels. That means your Copilot chatbot can be linked with WhatsApp or WhatsApp MSN Messenger, Facebook, Skype, all those areas being fine. So anybody who is in Facebook, they can use Facebook Messenger to talk to your Copilot. Right? Anybody on WhatsApp, you can do that. Anybody who can have even you can have a chatbot on your website on the right side. Can be done here, then publish means anywhere you can do that. So next stuff will be the demo. Hansamali will be doing the demo for this Copilot stuff. If you have any questions, yeah.
So is this like an instance from the existing Copilot, or is it a plugin? Like
No, this is like this.
Bigger.
They have branded on one name under Copilot. So before this one, it was called Power Virtual Agents. So that's for no-code platform. For developers, we had something called, what is that? Bot Framework. Remember, Microsoft Bot Framework, we had it. So Microsoft Bot Framework also kind of becoming a no-code platform. They have a different studio for that. So now what they had was like, now we had this Copilot stuff with generative AI stuff. They branded with everything same name. So Copilot for this one virtual agents, now Copilot Studio. So GitHub Copilot is for the programmers. And you have another Copilot for Windows Copilot. Have you seen it? On the right side, small one. That's a free version of Windows Copilot. You can ask questions. You can even tell to open Windows, open Explorer, do this, create a reminder. Those kind of things. Even you can write code saying, okay, arrange my desktop icons into this thing. You can do that. You can create skills. There's no custom Copilots, right? On ChatGPT, it's called GPTs. The branding is the same branding they have everywhere called Copilot. Yeah.
Okay, so shall we start the demo? So this is just a very simple demo that I am going to create. So I hope you all have access to, have seen or used the booking.com, right?
Okay, yeah, one more thing before that. If you don't have this, people might not have access to these things, right? Some might have 365 Office account to try these things. If you don't have one, if you want to try with your own accounts, there is a program called Microsoft 365 Developer, right? It is free. You will get E5 developer license free for 90 days with everything, with all the Office packages, all this stuff, Copilot and all this, and Power Apps, Power Automation for 90 days. And the best thing about it is like after 90 days, it automatically sometimes it gets renewed. You can use it for study. You will get a domain and go to Microsoft Developer E5 account, developer account. You can get it, register it. Make sure if you are selecting the region, data center, there will be an option called data center selecting. Make sure you select US. Why is that? To select that US data center, anything new will be already for you. For us, for this region, it might take time. So data center select US, for country you can select here. Right? Remember that. When you select the data center, it's always US. All the Copilot stuff, everything new will be there. Always.
Okay, so this will be a kind of assistant to the booking.com site. So that's what I'm going to create with just some small steps. So this is my Copilot Studio. So we have this navigation pane here. So let's start to create our Copilot. So you can hit on create and you can have this type of templates to start. So since I'm going to create an assistant for a traveling or maybe the hotel booking system website, so I will be selecting this travels template. So in there, so we can provide a name. So let's say like Colombo. Something like this. Yeah.
You just answer some questions in the result, you will get the output.
Yeah, if you want to provide a description, so you can go with this description, or you can provide a description. I will quickly type something. I want to create an assistant for hotel bookings. That needs to be able to answer some common questions. And assist on bookings, and maybe to check on the check-in and check-out timelines. Likewise, you can provide a description. Okay, so the next one is the instruction. So in the instruction, you can go with that. So if not, so you can say you are assistant for the hotel booking system, and you have to do these type of things. So for the language, I will go with English. And there's by default, the template has provided me a website linked with. So I don't want that, because this is a assistant for the booking.com. So I will try to add that website name. So I will go to booking.com. And I will get the space URL. Just copy it. And here I will remove this one since I don't want it. And I'm going to add a knowledge. So we have a couple of options to add as knowledge. So I will go with the public website. And I will provide the link and add it. So if you try to add more stuff here, so we have SharePoint, we have Dataverse, still in preview mode. So you can add those resources as well. So I will go here. Maybe I will correct my spellings. And then we can hit on create. So we have created this booking.com assistant, or maybe the travel agent for Colombo, let's say, with the source of the booking.com. Okay, so here it is. So apart from the knowledge, so we have so many options to add here. So if we go into the knowledge tab, so we can maybe it's not that. It's that. So let's go to the topics. So there are some topics that's already available with this template, but let's assume that we want to create a custom topic that when our users ask something, we want them to redirect to that topic. So let's try to add that one. So let's say I want to display kind of a custom message when the user wants to finalize their stay when they try to confirm their hotel booking. So let's try to add that topic here. Okay, so add the topic. I will go with the from blank. And here you can provide a nice description, and you can provide a name as well. So for that, I will say like finalizing the stay. And then in the description, I will add a description. Okay. confirm my hotel booking. When the user says something on, I want to confirm this hotel booking, I expect that this topic will get triggered and provide an answer. So that's my intention. So let's create a message as well. So from here, you can add different type of things into your Copilot pipeline. So I want to create a message. I want to show a message. Of course, that's so easy. And let's hit on save. So this is a custom topic that I have created. So yeah, we'll give some time and we'll move into the topics so we can see our custom topic alongside the other topics that was available in the template. So it was there. So for another topic I want to add, when this is kind of a very common scenario when you are going to finalize the booking, if you want to know about the discounts that the booking.com site provides. So in order to filter out those type of queries, I'm going to create another topic. From there, I will name this as discounts. And for the description, I will say provide me the information on the discount rates. So that's what this topic is going to do. So for that, when the user types something like this, you want to ask a question from the user. So I am adding a question. So you want to ask which city you are looking for. Here, there are some configurations that we can make. So we want to retrieve the city parameter of this query, which city you are looking for. Then user responds, okay, this newer area, Colombo, somewhere. So this, I want the city parameter that's built in here, and I want to save that in a variable. So let's give a beautiful name for this as our response. And that will be saved in the var response parameter. So we got the question and we got the answer. So here we want to create another condition. So we have to add a condition. In that condition, based on the response, that means this one, if this is equal to can be, I want to provide another one. Then we say O. I want to get two conditions and connect them with O. If the response, the city is equal to Colombo. Okay. And then I want to do something. That's you want to print a message. So inside this message, you want to just provide a kind of a gift card. You want to show that. So you can have different type of formats that you can provide, just not the text. You can show image, video, kind of stuff. So I will go with basic card. So into that card, I'm trying to add a nice image. So I have my image URL. So I will give that. for the URL. Okay, and I will provide a message as well. Okay, that image displays. I want to provide a message. Here is your discount. So you can just format this message as well if you want. And also for this way, the card, so you can provide this kind of for the subtitle. Something like this. So you can create nice graphical stuff. And this is the successful scenario, scenario of the two conditions. If not, I want to print a message saying no discounts are available. Okay, so we created this the second topic. So we'll save that. And then I'm trying to create action. So I'm going to the actions tab. I'm trying to create action.
Here, these things, these topics are the conversations. You ask questions, you just looking for stuff, and actions will be what type of actions we have to trigger after this conversation. It can be power automation, it can be anything. These are called skills. Or maybe you can create your own actions, right?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to use a very simple connector for this one, without going for, without calling any APIs, the Power Automate flows like that. So I'm going to use this get forecast for today in the MS Embedded. So I will select that one. So I'm trying to configure this action. Okay, so you can provide authentication as well for this one, but for now I'm not going to do that. So I will say get forecast for today. And I will click on next. And then you have these two input parameters. And also you can provide a message as the output. This is the weather, 30 degrees, something like that. So here I will go next. And we have the stuff, the location and unit. So if I go into the edit to configure the input parameters here, so we have the location that comes from the user's response. And here you have the units, which units that you want to get that. So there are, you can provide the actually whether it comes as whether that needs to be comes as a Celsius format or Fahrenheit format as well. There are configuration stuff in there. So I will stop from here and hit on save. I will say finish. So now it's getting created. And also for the output, there are a couple of things that we can do. So we will do that. So if you go into the action again, so you have the output. So you can you can generate your own message. So in here, I'm trying to generate my own message, like let's say I want to get the day temperature and maybe the night temperature.
response. So we highlight this one. And there are some expressions, some variables here. So here, so if we are getting some responses, that so I will be searching for response, and I want to get since this is the connector is providing your daily the forecast, so there's a variable called daily. So I'm not doing this by heart. I'm just looking at my notepad and doing this. So maybe I will say output. There's responses. Okay. Responses. Daily, and I want to go for day, and I want to go for the day. And I want to insert the same for here for the night. Responses. That should be day. Daily, sorry guys. Daily. Summary. So you can select on summary, and now all good. I will save this one. So it's getting saved. So we can go into the actions. So our action is created. Okay, so now we have created a knowledge. So if you go into the overview section, you will be able to see we have added the knowledge source, public website, and we created two custom topics, and we integrated the action as well. Now all done. So I hope this will work. So let's try out.
Next, and this knowledge, right? So remember, I just called it like these are best skills. These are called some platform. These are called skills. Some platform these are called knowledge. So Copilot they are calling knowledge. You are adding knowledge. By default, it has some basic knowledge. Like whatever the questions you ask using topics, you can get them. Actions mean you are adding extra knowledge to this. Like I said, large language model doesn't support current situation, right? Weather is like a live current one. So for that one, you need a knowledge. So this is just a knowledge, and in the background is accessing MSN weather APIs. You have to remember that part, right? So these are pre-built stuff. Imagine if you have your own API, your company APIs. You have lots of invoices. You can create that API and get that knowledge to this system. So if a salesperson comes in, what are the unpaid invoices? Just go to the API and pass the parameters, get the information, and the formatting, like that, you can just give output.response, which is these are coming from JSON. JSON outputs. So output.response, whatever your JSON data, invoices, not customers. Like that. This is how it works. This knowledge.
Yeah. So I will go into the test pane and try to test this out. So I want to say I need hotel for this weekend in Canada. So let's see what he tells. So he's giving me a couple of options, something like this. So the hotels in Candy. So if you click on this, so this will go inside the topic, inside the topics, because we have a bunch of topics. We have two custom ones. This query doesn't. I didn't intend this query to get triggered by a custom topic that we have created. So it has nicely go into this conversational boosting topic that's available here, this one, and has given me the answer. So that's fine. So now I want to say, I
with a place with a nice swimming pool in Candy. Indian answer provided. Okay. Now he has given me some links with maybe the swimming pool inside the hotel description from the knowledge source we have added. So these are the links. So if you go into here, so these are the links from the booking.com site. Okay, the next question. I will try to go into the connector side, the action side. So I want to ask, can you tell me the weather looks like in Kandy? Spelling mistakes are fine, since it's going to get this query and the generative AI is going to process to the best intent, best maybe the topic or maybe the actions that we have mentioned, or maybe going into the knowledge source. Okay, it
So
says
this one here, okay, this right. So this one we haven't given, right? Even we didn't give this knowledge, or even this in topic we haven't included this. More we can include this one. But here this chat, co-pilot understood. So we are in a different location, and then we might be in some other units. We are looking on Celsius, not Fahrenheit. So that's why they're asking, you need the imperial or metric systems. So you can just type just imperial, and it will give the output on imperial.
so. In the topic, you can in the action you can provide the input parameter as Celsius or Fahrenheit. That's also possible. So we have to connect to the action. So I will try that one.
This one, because remember when you create this action on authentication, there's a drop down called user authentication. So we given user authentication, that's why you're asking for the authentication here. If you just say no authentication, automatically it will go through. So this authentication is important when you are creating something inside your organization. Within your organization, you're developing something, so you need that. If you can't access, you can give access to invoices to outsiders, right? So then you have to go there and go to Office 365, log in, and then come back to work. That's why it's called user authentication.
Okay, now
Now you authenticated, now you get information.
so that's also with the template that we have provided. So okay, so the final part of the demo. So I will go and go for the discounts part. So I'm going to ask, what about the discounts? Which city you are looking for? So he has got the conversation right. So I will say Candy, and then the gift card comes. So if you want to check what was the flow, if you want to go into the debug mode and stuff, you can click on this, or else you can click on this button. So it will open up this. So you can see the flow it has gone from the message to question and the condition and this one. So then, so I will ask for another discount. What about the so my good friend Visura is here. So since he is more frequently traveling to Ratnapura, so I will ask, what about the discounts in Ratnapura? Let's see this. So I will go into the overview pane. So he couldn't understand that question contains the location because we haven't told him that. So because of that, he is asking, he has grabbed this discount part and he is asking me the question which city. If I say gold or something. So, sorry, Visual, we don't have any discounts for that. So, likewise, so you can add the knowledge sources, websites, can create topics and actions. So, here, so if you click on this one, so which city you are discounting Ramanapura, this was the response. City you are looking for, but we thought he will be giving the message no discounts are available. So likewise, you can identify the parts that you have to work on. You have to filter on and do some modifications to the flow. So then you will be able to create your co-pilots with the requirements.
Yeah. Can you just click on that analytics?
Yeah.
So this is another important tab you have to look. It gives you analyze that what failed. What are the people like people ask questions but we didn't get the answer because we didn't have any topic. So then we can just find this information. Like that for now we might not get anything, but here we get like session outcomes over time, all this information, the abundant stuff. Now we might not get anything. So it's most important, it's your live data, you'll get this thing. So you saw something like a chatbot, right? You can create the same thing using Python and LangChain, right? LangChain, have you heard about it? LangChain is a library to access large language models. And you can create same skills like this. You can do this thing using Python, using a developer. It's like within like 2-3 weeks. Same thing what we did right now. For the booking.com access, you have to go to the booking.com site to snap the data, and then you have to get the summarized record, and then you have to put it here. For that, we have to tell OpenAPI or ChatGPT, whatever it is, you can just say, okay, just snap the data and create a summary for me. All those things we have to tell. The Copilot Studio we did for you without any code. You can write any code. Within an hour, we created something like that. We added 2 skills. First skill was scrapping a website. Second skill is getting a weather report. Those 2 skills. Even if you have a .NET developer, you can have this Microsoft bot framework. It's a different story. Same thing you can create. You would have to, but now we are using a developer. Who have a .NET developer, there is a thing called semantic kernel, like LangChain for Python. For .NET, you have semantic kernel. You can download that Google package and you can use the same thing. You can create .NET applications like this for any language model, right? So different. That's another one. For you guys, whoever doesn't want to write any code, this is a platform you can do wonders. So any chatbot, even you can add skills to book flights. Because knowledge will be there, right? So any agent, anything inside the organization, invoicing, and then best part is that you can just deploy. You can show it for publishing. The publish tab, channels. These are the channels you can just put your chatbot. Everywhere. You can just go to copy and this demo, this website will be on your website. If you right side, small chatbot will be there. A custom website, it comes inside an iframe. Any existing website, you can just put inside your iframe. If somebody knows CSS, they can create a small text box there, put an iframe, you'll get this chatbot there. Right? And Facebook, Skype, and email, Salesforce, all the things. You get Slack, Telegram, video, put this stuff there. Right? For custom website means you get an iframe for the same thing, you can do the custom website. This is how these are things you can do. Right? So lots of things, lots of possibilities. Imagine you can get this one, Power Apps, Power Automation, Open Data Services, Microsoft Database, all those things together with Power BI. You can create a chatbot in Power App, embedded inside Power BI to ask questions about the bars and all those. Lots of things can be done using. Remember, this was on Power Virtual Agents. Now it's Copilot Studio. You need to try this. Go to a Microsoft 365 developer account, create one. It's free. 90 days free. You can try this from now if you want. Right. So that's it. Right. So thanks, guys. If you have any questions, anything, just.
So why the others are disabled?
Because we haven't published it. You have to publish and then it will be enabled, and then for some items you need some licensing.
It's before the custom website.
Custom website, you can just, it's free. It's free means you can, for test it's free. For publishing, for a live thing, you have to pay for a license. This is not free. If you have a developer account, you can test anything more. So I can show something here if you want. This is just show if it's available. This is a live thing. This one not. This one wasn't created by a professional one. This one created by the hotel owner himself. And I just gave him how to create these things. I just taught him how to do these things. This guy owned this hotel. He created this chatbot using Copilot Studio to his website. Right? Same thing. See, tell me how to get there. So it just gives the locations, all this stuff. This is running on Copilot Studio. So you have this google.com, the maps place, and then so here, when it fails, right, this is for analytics. So did it answer the question? We can say no, and then he knows what was the question. So that he can fine tune it. So he's still learning and then developing this stuff. So lots of fine tuning is done there, and then we can do that. Even he can book a room using this. There will be a connection. This is from what it's connected to Facebook as well. This is actual running Copilot Studio. Okay. On a hotel. So this guy is doing all this hotel stuff using Power Apps. The book reservations, even is controlling it's like hydraulic systems, these water force, everything is controlled to Power Apps. So he's doing it. So we're going to demo it to Microsoft community later after we finish it. So this is the hotel owner doing this one, right? Not a developer. Because you see this website, the colors, doesn't look like a professional guy, he's doing it. So he's learning from it and then he's doing this. This is Copilot Studio, like, right? Yeah, you can add it to a workplace website even inside a Teams. Every bank I told them create one of these. You can remove this frequently asked questions section. It just create these things. Right? So we are okay, right? I have two more questions and read this.
What is the difference between Azure AI Studio and Copilot Studio?
Yeah. Whoever asked the most questions, they have very good questions. So you can ask a question from me and then I'll answer it and give the bottle. Yeah. Not you like the community. Anybody else? So what I thought right now is ask me any question, I'll give the topic. A good question.
The connection references they are using, so it's done within the organization, right? So what is someone externally?
Yes, that's a good question because you have to understand this everything in Power Platform. It's within the organization. If you want to reach outside the organization, there are two options. The first option is Microsoft Power Pages. Power Pages is like a custom CMS building, website building area using Microsoft Dataverse. You have all your data there. You can build forms and get into this website, and you can get outside information to your website. Imagine we did the similar thing for DRC. For DRC, inside they have some Power Apps. They have this Dataverse. They wanted like application forms, like different these mobile providers. They want to add a new package. They have to fill this form. What we did was like we had this Dataverse. We create the forms and we create a Power Pages. We give it outside, and then there's an approval process using Power Automation inside the organization. And another one is outside. This is Power Virtual Agents or Copilot Studio. That's the outside organization, but still the data is inside the organization. So you have to make sure that this authentication stuff not to give out any information. Like for example, there might be internal cost and then the external cost. Like you can say, okay, this room is available for $1,000, maybe $100 per night for some sort of customers, for agents. So for direct customers, we have to give $120. But if this agent thing came up, those kind of things you have to keep in mind, right? So that's a good question. You have to water. Thank you guys. Hope you enjoyed this session. So another announcement I have made every month from this course, we're going to have a Power community, Sri Lanka. Like we have the developer forums, we have the Power community forums. You can join us. That if you want to speak, if you want to share your knowledge, you can come to the stage and do that as well. Anybody is welcome. If you want to share Power Automation or Power Pages or anything, you can just come here and do a session with Power community. We will have from almost maybe last week or third week of Power community, right? Thank you. So next is.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hamswali and Mr. Patrick. Please be remain on the stage. To present the token of appreciation, I would like to invite Mr. Anthony, who is one of our sponsors, to the stage.
So there's a lunch break now. We can 45 minutes.
Yes, there's a 45-minute break.
Yeah.
So excuse me. You guys can go at the 9th floor. We arrange the refreshment there. So
it's in the 9th floor, right?
This is 9th floor. This is canteen.
Yeah.
We have to stay here around
2:15.
Around 2:15. We start the next session.
Make sure you are here at 2:15 by 2:15 and do the next session. Thank you. You can enjoy the lunch.